Pedro Martinez has cast a spell over baseball his entire career. His relationship with the Yankees has been somewhat more volatile than against most. Tonight, Martinez has to be at his best as he tries to avoid the embarrassment of a Red Sox sweep in the Bronx. The backstory on this matchup at times has been ugly, but the Yankees have attacked him with zim and vigor, coming out on top more than others have. But in the biggest game of his career, he left the stadium mound without a win. Tonight, the Yankees hope that a child shall beat him. Yankees Red Sox next on Yes. Red Sox looking a little forlorn today. They've had two rough nights here in Yankee Stadium thanks to that guy on the right, Gary Sheffield. He's had a great series. In fact, he's had a great month. And the reason the Red Sox need this victory is because Gary Sheffield has hurt them in 2 straight games. Tonight, the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. The defending American League champion New York Yankees take on the Boston Red Sox in the final game of a 3-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball. Along with Jim Cott and Bobby Mercer, I'm Michael Kay. Yankees beat the Red Sox 11-3 in the first game. Yesterday was a thrilling game. They outlasted the Red Sox 4-2, coming back for the 30th time this year to grab a victory. But the scintillating part of the game was an 8th inning at bat with Gary Sheffield at the plate.
Tell you what, Michael, these are the kind of battles in baseball that you'll pay all kinds of money to see. We saw it last night in the 8th inning, as you were talking about. Mike Timlin on the mound for the Red Sox. Gary Sheffield up with the game on the line. This is a 10-pitch sequence between Timlin and Gary Sheffield. They're trying anything they can to get Sheffield to swing at something to get him out. Mirabelli standing straight up a lot of times. Pitch after pitch. Look at Mirabelli there. They tried to throw it over his head. Finally, Sheffield came up with the base hit that proved to be the game winner last night as Sheffield came up big for the Yankees again.
What a month of June for Gary Sheffield. 360, 8 home runs, 25 runs batted in. He has 11 game-winning RBIs this season, tied for most in the American League, and he's had a great last 5 games. Not bad for a guy with a bad shoulder. Now, there's a big pitching matchup today. It's a veteran against a kid, and the veteran really has to win for the Red Sox because the Red Sox don't want to come into Yankee Stadium and get swept. So let's take a look at the pitching matchup, and it's brought to you today by Infinity, makers of the full-size QX56.
Pedro Martinez with a record of 8-3. You might think there's more pressure on young Brad Halsey, but I really believe there's more pressure on Pedro Martinez to win this game for the Red Sox. Brad Halsey in his 3rd start, all of them on a big stage.
Now, when we come back, we are going to break down the defense and what it's meant in this series. Some of the faces of Pedro Martinez. He's had a very odd couple of days in Yankee Stadium. Mugging for the cameras, mugging for the fans, and all the while, the Red Sox have been losing. Great way to start the night. You head to the Stadium Club, maybe get a little steak, and then boom, you enjoy Game 3 of the Yankees against the Red Sox. Game 2, though, you can tell the difference in defense and how that contributes to a win and a loss.
It's really been a difference in the first 2 games of this series. The Yankees in the infield have made some great plays. Tony Clark here with a couple of good ones. David Ortiz misses that. That allowed the Yankees to tie the game. Alex on a tough hop starts a double play ball, bailed John Lieber out of trouble. On the other hand, Mark Bellhorn can't get his glove down on Sheffield's ball. Nomar with an errant throw allowed Lofton to get the second. Now Jeter in the hole makes an accurate throw. So the Yankees' infield defense has been much superior to the Red Sox the first 2 games.
And the Red Sox defense the last 2 months has not been good. In fact, they've allowed 60 unearned runs. That's the most in the majors. All of last year, they allowed 80 unearned runs, and they've made 67 errors. That's the 2nd most in the major leagues. Well, let's see how defense affects this game. It'll be Pedro Martinez against Brad Halsey. First pitch when we get back right here at the stadium. Well, we are ready for baseball on a hot, muggy night in New York City. Yankees are looking for the sweep, and Brad Halsey is on the mound. Here's the Red Sox starting lineup presented by Rico. Johnny Damon will lead off. He'll play center. Mark Bellhorn, the second baseman, bats second. The DH is David Ortiz. Manny Ramirez cleans up and plays left. The number 5 hitter is the catcher, Jason Varitek. Kevin Millar in right field, batting 6th. Batting 7th and playing first base, David McCarty. Kevin Youkilis, the third baseman, will hit 8th. Batting 9th and playing shortstop, Okie Reese. And Brad Halsey will deal to Johnny Damon. And the first pitch is a strike as called by home plate umpire Jim Wolf.
3rd start of the year, high earned run average, does have a win and a loss, more than a hit per inning. We'll check out the pitcher scouting report in a minute. It's brought to you by Jeep. And the first two pitches have a little something to do with the scouting report. First, he has nothing to lose. I think all the pressure's on Pedro. The key for Brad is to throw the ball downhill, not uphill. Last start, he tended to push the ball, and everything stayed up and low and away. The first strike to Johnny Damon was low and away. That's going to be his key to success, is to be able to hit that outside corner.
Lofton, or should I say Damon, lofts one to left field. And Derek Jeter with the play for the first out of the inning. Well, New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota with 17 models, which is perfect for you. Armando Talavera on the left and Beto Villa on the right. Another sellout crowd making its way into Yankee Stadium. And that'll be 3 in a row, really 6 in a row. Count the Mets series as well. One of the games was not a sellout because the rainout was made out. So let's say 4 in a row.
Talking about how spoiled we get following this team, I think I was trying to count back. I think it's about 18 straight games that I've done that every game's been a sellout, or close to it, close to capacity.
It's amazing.
They're not only selling out at home, but also on the road. I mean, they are drawing record crowds for other ball clubs. Out of all the years that I've been here, I don't know that I have ever
popped up, shallow right, Tony Clark. 2 away.
Witnessed a rookie pitcher who has made his first 3 starts against the 3 biggest rivals in New York Yankees history. I'm talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers at his debut, the New York Mets, and now here tonight versus Pedro Martinez and the Boston Red Sox. I don't know. Can you think of anybody?
I can't. And he's got the right personality for. I mean, my first start here was back in April of '60. I think there were 3,400 people in the stands. Not much pressure there.
Here's David Ortiz right in the middle of it yesterday. Couldn't grab a Tony Clark ground ball. 2 runs scored in the 7th inning to tie the game at 2. And the pitch is low and inside. Now, no rookie pitcher has beaten Pedro Martinez since Ramon Ortiz of the Angels did it in August of 2000. Since that time, rookie pitchers are 0-9 with a 6.21 against him. One thing the Yankees have always done in beating Pedro, or at least battling him, is they always get good starting pitching against him. And that's the way to do it. You want to get into the bullpen because he does not have the stamina to go 9. Ortiz did not like that call. So 13 starts since Ramon Ortiz pulled off the feet. Brad Halsey's trying to do it right here, trying to work a 1-2-3 first.
When you got big clubbing hitters like the Boston Red Sox could send up against you, the good off-speed pitch is probably a better equalizer than trying to throw the fastball by them. That's what Halsey had.
Well, you can tell by the foul balls. Johnny Damon fouled out down the left field line. Bellhorn down the right. Ortiz late with that. No matter how much video you look at, you see the pitcher's motion, and obviously right now the ball is getting on the hitters a little quicker than they think because he's not overpowered.
That one is lined into left center field. That is going to be a base hit. It splits the outfielders, and it will roll to the wall. So David Ortiz, who always hits well against the Yankees, picks up a 2-out double.
Well, he's in the right spot. I mean, he's batting 3rd in his lineup. That's what they expect him to do. He leads the American League in home runs with 21, but Ortiz shows you why he's so important offensively, because he has power and he also can drive the ball into the gaps in the outfield. He's not just a dead pull hitter from the left side.
30th double of the year for Ortiz. He's having some season. Here's Manny Ramirez. The Yankees have held him down over the first 2. He's 0 for 8. Now, if you're the Yankees, you get nervous about that because this is one of the better hitters in the game.
There's no really set way to get Manny Ramirez out. I mean, you just got to make your good pitches and hope that he hits the ball at somebody. He just stays in the strike zone so long, longer than just about any hitter that I know. I'm talking about the bat stays in there, and he doesn't pull off many pitches. Sure, he could pull the inside pitch, but he can inside out that inside pitch too to the opposite field.
There's the SI cover of this week, and the headline is "Hitting Pretty," and that fan says is 0 for 8, hitting pretty. Be careful who you taunt. He's 4th in the American League in batting. Pudge Rodriguez, what a season he's having for the Tigers. 381, and he leads the American League.
He'll be here on Monday.
The 0-2. We mentioned Manny 0 for 8 against the Yankees in the previous series against Philadelphia, and the Red Sox took 2 of 3 in that series. He was 7 for 11 with 9 runs batted in. And the 1-2. Off the deep to left field. Matsui is there, and he'll put it away for the final out of the inning. So Ramirez is 0 for 9 in this series, and Brad Halsey works out of a mini jam. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. It's time for Pedro to take the mound at Yankee Stadium. Red Sox nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat. Well, the Red Sox are taking the field, and the mighty Pedro is taking his warm-ups. Let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup. And it's presented, as always, by our good friends at Rico. Kenny Lofton, the center fielder, is going to lead off for the Yankees. Batting second and playing shortstop, Derek Jeter. The number 3 hitter and the right fielder for the Yankees is Gary Sheffield. Alex Rodriguez at third base will clean up. The number 5 hitter is the left fielder Hideki Matsui. Bernie Williams, the DH, will bat 6th. Batting 7th and catching, Jorge Posada. Tony Clark at first base will hit 8th. Batting 9th and playing second base, Enrique Wilson. Wilson against Martinez, who happens to be a good friend of his. 10 for 22 lifetime.
And Pedro makes his 17th start. Of the 16, he's been pretty solid in 11 of them. Less than a hit per inning. The earned run average, not Pedro-like. It's a little high. Not quite a strikeout an inning. He's given up 12 home runs. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report. It's brought to you by Jeep. I think it's a real gut check for Pedro and the Red Sox. No matter how great a pitcher he's been, this is a game that to turn this team around, he needs to give them a good one. He's a scout's dream because you can sit behind home plate and watch the way he pitches hitters, and that'll tell you how to tell your team to pitch it. And I think even though you hear all the rumors about he doesn't throw 96 or 97 anymore, he is more of a pitcher now than he was several years ago.
Kenny Lofton leads off, and the pitch is low. Lofton has success against Pedro. 13 for 38, that's 342. And he's only struck out 5 times. You see what Lofton's done this year. Line drive and foul.
You know, we talked about his antics on the days he's not pitching, and he can be a bit of a distraction. I think if you talk to each player individually on the Boston team, they don't appreciate some of the things he does, but they appreciate every 5th day what he can do as a pitcher.
That one is lofted to center field. Damon is there, and it's 1 away.
Well, let's take a look at the rest of the Boston defensively. Romero's in left field. We saw Johnny Damon make that out. Millar gets the start in right field. Trot Nixon still bothered by a quad muscle. McCarty at first base. Bellhorn at second base. Reese, Cookie Reese, Gold Glover at shortstop. Youkilis. The young third baseman, Jason Varitek, now gets the start behind home plate.
Derek Jeter will now dig in against Pedro. Lifetime Pedro's 10-8 with a 2.76 against the Yankees. Swing and a miss, and Kitty mentioned about possibly being a distraction. Well, before yesterday's game, following the sloppy 11-3 loss, Jason Varitek called the players-only meeting. The only problem was that Pedro Martinez wasn't there, because getting to the ballpark before 5 o'clock is really not on his agenda. And that rubbed some people the wrong way. Terry Francona said, well, I knew where he was. He told me what he was doing. As long as I know where he is, I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where, as great a pitcher as he is, as long as he shows up every 5th day with his game face on, they'll learn to tolerate that. pretty tough to come in and change it right now with some of the things that they've gotten away with in terms of their behavior.
I don't think you do change it. You're right, Kitty. I think that the individualistic approach that has been going on.
Took something off and Jeter strikes out.
You know, for quite some time, you know, in that clubhouse, you just don't change it overnight.
Listen to the hand for Gary Sheffield when he's announced by Bob Shepard. Not as loud as I thought it was going to be after such a great at-bat. Very warm applause, but certainly nothing raucous.
Now, we talked about Pedro being a scout's dream. I have a feeling tonight Sheffield to see a few pitches down and away that he didn't see last night.
Now, we talked about Gary's left shoulder bothering him, and he said before the game yesterday that the one pitch that it hurts him the most on is down and away when he swings and misses at it. Down and away.
And Timlin never got one there. I think they were a little fearful because there was a man on third, and he didn't want to bounce it in the dirt.
When I spoke to Sheffield before today's ball game, I asked him about that. I said, "You would have swung at anything, wouldn't you?" And he said, "Yes, I would have." He said, "If they'd have thrown something down the dirt or down and away or down where I couldn't get my bat on," he said, "I would have swung at it." But he said, "You know what? I think they were afraid they would throw it away and the run would score from third base."
Gary has good numbers against Pedro, 8 for 24 with 2 home runs. Although it's hard to really use those numbers as any gauge because that was when Pedro, for the most part, was in the National League with the Expos. Long time ago. Louis Soho.
Look where he's playing, too. I mean, look where.
Is that the merengue?
Look where he's at. He's in the outfield. Check this out. See where Soho is standing? Way out of the third base coaching box. And Sheffield still almost got him.
It's going to be real interesting here. Pedro is not particularly pleased with Sheffield calling time in the middle of his windup. Now he's going to wait him out.
2-2.
Yep.
And that was on purpose.
That's exactly what that was about.
Pedro's messing with the wrong guy. There's one guy that you will not intimidate on this Yankee ball club, and that is Gary Sheffield.
Yeah, it was 2 pitches in that sequence that Pedro was in the middle of his windup, and Gary stepped out. Now you can see the inside target. But Pedro doesn't miss the target by that much unless he wants to.
And that's what really unnerved or upset Pedro. I believe that both benches have been worn. Pitch to A-Rod is high. Both benches being worn takes a little of the pressure off the youngster Brad Halsey.
Yeah, he's not going to knock anybody down anyway. Jim Wolf knows the history of these two teams, and they're trying to keep things cool right from the start.
You could almost read Gary's lips saying, "Not me. You're not going to intimidate me. Don't throw at me."
Right.
There's a guy he has thrown at before and has threatened to throw at, Jorge Posada. They have a little bit of an ugly history. Breaking ball strike.
Mentioned that Pedro's more of a pitcher now. What he's able to do, Greg Maddux also does the same thing. And the guys that last for a while, see how he's twirling that ball in his hand? He puts a lot of emphasis on finger pressure and how you grip the ball. That's why he's able to make it curve, make it sink. You can look at all the video and go through your mechanics and try to develop a motion that'll help you throw as hard as you can. But the only thing holding on to that baseball is your hand. And the only thing that affects it is your fingertips and the grip pressure that you have on it.
And he strikes out A-Rod for the final out of the inning. No runs, no hits, a very eventful hit by pitch, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the second. The bout has started. New York Yankees baseball is brought to you in part by Continental Airlines, the official airline of the New York Yankees, by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system that works with police, and by Dodge. Grab life by the horns. Dodge. While we go to the second inning, Yankees and the Red Sox are scoreless. Jason Varitek will lead off, and he takes a pitch inside 1-0. Between innings, Joe Torre had a long talk with the crew chief, Tim McClellan. Not animated, very measured discussion.
They've both seen this before when these two teams get together. Pedro either hitting somebody or knocking somebody off the plate. Actually, it works to the Yankees' advantage. Brad Halsey's not the kind of guy that's going to intimidate hitters and knock hitters down, and actually it takes a pitch away from Pedro. He has to be very careful about throwing the ball inside now. Because even if he tried to pitch somebody inside and didn't mean to hit him, if it came in there, they're going to run him out of the game.
That's one of the advantages that the hitters have right now. I mean, they can crowd that plate.
Struck him out.
Best pitch in baseball, a good high fastball, especially when the hitter's got 2 strikes, because you're always in a defensive mode looking for, that bat isn't quite as fast when you have 2 strikes as when it's 2-0 and you get that fastball by him, even if you're not a power pitcher.
Millar with a ground ball short. Jeter to Clark. Nice stretch, 2-way.
One thing worth mentioning early on here is you notice in the Red Sox lineup, Garcia Parra's not there. And he just said he couldn't play today, wasn't feel well. I mean, Terry Francona gave him an opportunity to play. And once again, I think from a teammate standpoint, in a game like this, unless you got broken bones, boy, you got to take the field and try to help your ball club. I don't think that's a very popular move with his teammates tonight. Nomar sitting on the bench. We know he's coming back from an Achilles injury, but in a game like this where the Red Sox really need to get things turned around, they want him in there.
Talking to a couple of Boston writers today, and they say that there's a distinct possibility that they just might trade Nomar Garciaparra because the organization is probably not going to be able to sign him. At first they wanted to, and he resisted, and now it seems like they don't even want to, and he's still going to resist anyway, even if they change their mind. So they kind of figure maybe get something for him right now rather than draft picks.
Well, Nomar, he just doesn't seem to be happy. I mean, you talk to him, you don't see a smile on his face, and they were going to trade him. When they got A-Rod, that deal fell through, and that kind of really, it takes a little bit away from a player knowing that you've been such an integral part of an organization, and all of a sudden you are talked about at a trade.
He's one of many free agents.
Yeah.
One of many free agents they have to deal with, Bobby.
Talking to some of the Boston Red Sox people, they said they're going to wait till the end of the season before they sign any of these guys.
Pitch is high, so McCarty walks. It's funny because there were 2 guys that were involved in the near trade of Alex Rodriguez to the Red Sox. Obviously, Garciaparra would have been affected. He would have gone to the White Sox for Maglio Ordonez, and Manny Ramirez would have gone to the Texas Rangers. And people in Boston feel that Nomar is brooding over that, while Manny is kind of oblivious and just goes out and plays. Hasn't affected him at all.
I think that's more or less that's Manny's makeup. Not a whole lot affects him. All he wants to do is grab a bat and go up and hit and drive in some runs.
Here's Kevin Youkilis. Pitch is high.
One of their draft picks of a couple of years ago called up from Pawtucket mid-May. Kevin out of Cincinnati, Ohio. They've produced a lot of good baseball players. Nothing sensational about him, but he's been a solid player on his climb up the ladder in the Red Sox organization.
Runner goes, and the pitch is a strike. The throw to second is not in time.
Wow, a stolen base for the Red Sox. Stop the presses. McCarty in the lineup, a little something to get that team kick started. They don't do this very often. McCarty got a good jump. Guy's 6'5", about 230. Got down there quickly. From his knees, Posada makes a strong throw, but base clearly stolen off Brad Halsey.
And that's the team's 30th stolen base of the year.
Yeah, first for McCarty.
Last stolen base was about 6 years ago for McCarty. 1-1. Youkilis is one of the top prospects for the Red Sox, and it's been reported that Youkilis and their catching prospect Kelly Shopik was offered to the Royals for Carlos Beltran, and the Royals decided to take the three-way package with the Astros and the A's.
Youkilis, the scouting report on him in the minors kind of fits into the system that the Red Sox have, at least under Epstein and crew, is the fact that he had, as a young player, he had great plate discipline, which you don't normally see from young players. They don't have that discipline. They're up there seeing the ball and swinging, not giving themselves a whole lot of good chances to hit.
Well, in the book Moneyball, Youkilis was discussed a lot, very desired by a lot of teams, especially the Oakland A's, and they joke that Youkilis is Greek for walks. They say Youkilis is the Greek god of walks. "32 games with the Red Sox. He's walked 16 times. Runner at second base, 2 outs. We're in the top of the second inning. Red Sox and the Yankees scoreless here in front of a sellout crowd at the stadium. Breaking ball, and Youkilis walks. Facially, he does not look as if he gets stressed out. Looks nonplussed on the mound. He pitched very well. National television audience, Yankees against the Dodgers in LA. Did not pitch well. Same situation against the Mets here at Yankee Stadium. There's Pokey Reese, and there's a strike.
Halsey's come along very fast, and he's been successful at every level that he has pitched to the Yankee minor league system. Not a lot of people knew a whole lot about him, and all of a sudden he showed up in LA and did a heck of a job. But he can change speeds. He throws strikes.
Yeah, I don't know what nationality Halsey is, but if Youkilis is Greek for walks, Halsey is for strikes.
First time that these players, the Red Sox, have faced Halsey, so a real good look at the way Halsey could pitch will be the second time around for the Red Sox after they've seen him one time.
Check swing in the dirt, and the count 1-2. Well, Johnny Damon is on deck, and that will be the second time that Damon gets a look at Brad Halsey.
You're seeing what he goes through right now. Not just Halsey, but any pitcher. It's not a power pitcher. It's so much of an advantage to get a hitter out on one of the first 3 pitches, because the deeper you go in the count, he doesn't really have that power put-away pitch like a Pedro or a Messina or Kevin Brown or Vasquez.
Popped him up. He's going to get out of trouble. Jeter is there, and he puts it away for the final out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. No score. Well, football fans, starting this fall, the Giants, yes, the Giants, the New York Football Giants are coming to Yes as New York's most storied football franchise teams up with New York's most watched Regional Sports Network. Amani Toomer right there at the ballpark watching this game. He'll be on Yes Plenty. Turn to Yes for expanded coverage of the 6-time NFL champion Giants with the Giants training camp report, Giants Online, and more. Starting this fall only on Yes. A new quarterback, Eli Manning. You've got Kurt Warner as well. And Amani Toomer, the Giants wide receiver, has done many great things for them, and he's poised to have a very good year, especially with a quarterback like Kurt Warner and then Eli Manning when he eventually steps in. Third on the Giants all-time list with 355 receptions. It should be a fun fall and winter on Yes as we highlight the New York Giants. Bottom of the second inning, Yankees and the Red Sox are scoreless. Matsui leads off, and the count is now 2-1.
But if you like following the art of pitching, and it is an art, not a science, what's fun about watching Pedro, not for a hitter, is that when he gets the ball back, I mean, it's like he throws that pitch and he already has in mind what he's going to throw the next pitch. You know, he'll throw it. Okay, Matsui fouled it off, and right away he got the ball back. He said, okay, I didn't get him out with that one. This is where I'm going next.
You talk to scouts, and it's so silly to throw this word around for an athlete in terms of, you know, what a genius really means in terms of solving the world's problems. But they say he's a genius on the mound the way he does things.
I don't know if I'd use genius in terms of anything a baseball player does. I mean, there's a lot more important things in life that you'd call a guy a genius, but
right.
He's an artist, and there's an example of a 3-2 changeup. You know, they say, oh, Pedro doesn't throw 98 anymore. No, but look at that, a 3-2 changeup, Bobby, in a perfect spot.
Yeah.
Last thing a hitter's looking for.
Yeah, and a changeup that almost reacts like a screwball because it's going down and away from the left-handed hitter. But the arm speed is what sets it up. I mean, there's not too many guys can throw 3-2 changeups like that on the outside block.
Here's Bernie Williams. You know, you read the Boston papers today, the Herald and the Globe, and they have tough sports sections, and they said that Pedro Martinez, the general perception, Pedro Martinez making $17.5 million this year, which is more than any pitcher has ever made in the history of baseball for one single season. And Bernie Williams hits a fly ball, a shallow right center. Millar makes the play two-way, and they said somebody who makes that kind of money should win this kind of game.
Yeah, I can understand them saying that.
Yeah.
That's why, as dysfunctional as this team has been, if they're able to say they were able to trade Nomar for who knows, they get a top line pitcher, a Randy Johnson. Can you imagine in a short series with Pedro Schilling and another big time pitcher, even though they'll scuffle to get in the playoffs, how dangerous they could be in a short series?
Yankees don't get Schilling in this series. Maybe they'll see him when the Yankees hit Boston later on in the month. Here's Jorge Posada. No love lost between these two. In fact, in 49 at-bats in the regular season against Pedro Martinez, Jorge Posada has struck out 29 times. And in that big dust-up in the playoffs in Boston, who can forget Pedro standing on the mound, pointing to his head, screaming at Posada as if to say, you're going to get one in the ear. It all started after they threw at Kareem Garcia, and then the two of them started going at each other verbally. Posada said, bring it on. Pedro later said, I didn't say I was throwing at his head. I was saying, think about what you're saying. 2-1.
Anytime a pitcher, after he's hit somebody in the head, and he points to the dugout and points to his own head, you know, what are you going to take? I mean, Pedro, if he did that to me, I'd be thinking the same thing as Jorge Posada. You don't forget those things either.
And Jorge took great satisfaction getting that big hit in Game 7. That tied up the game. Count now full at 3-2. And Posada walks. The general feeling amongst the Boston media, the way Pedro acted before the first game, coming on the field during batting practice, greeting the Yankees like long-lost friends, and then mugging to the crowd. And there's Dan Shaughnessy of the Boston Globe on the phone. They feel that Pedro is positioning himself to make the Yankees an option if he does become a free agent. Wants to be loved here. Tony Clark grounds one softly foul.
Well, that was not a way to do it. If that was, because that did not think the Yankees got together after that. Said if he ever came down like that again, I mean, they caught him off guard, but you don't want to be caught shaking hands with a guy that you're going to do, you know, you're going to go battle against in 2 days. That was bad form. Best way to impress on him if he wants to be a Yankee is keep pitching well.
I think one of the reasons the Red Sox have not signed him yet, of course, he had told the Red Sox that he was going to give them every opportunity to sign him, and all of a sudden he got mad at something that happened earlier in the season and said, no, that's not true anymore. Forget it. I'm going to become a free agent and see what's out there. One of the reasons I think that they haven't signed him is that, you know, he's had those shoulder problems.
That one is hit deep to right center field. That could go. See ya! A long home run into the right center field bleachers for Tony Clark. And the Yankees jump out to a 2-0 lead. Tony Clark has done some job filling in for Jason Giambi. That is the 13th home run that Pedro has allowed this year. And is that significant? Well, first it gets a curtain call from Tony Clark. He allowed 7 all of last year and 13 in all of 2002.
Is that Tony's first curtain call? We've had a lot of firsts this year. I don't think Derek Jeter had a lot of curtain calls during the regular season until he broke his slump.
Anytime you do something good against Pedro, they're going to call you back out and give you a big hand.
Well, pitch-wise, Tony, with the back problems he's had, has a slower bat. Pedro threw him it looked like a changeup, and if it was, that feeds right into Tony Clark's bat speed.
Grounded to first. McCarty will beat Wilson to the bag, and that will do it. But not before the Yankees scored 2 runs on their first hit of the game. And what a hit it was. Tony Clark is 6th home run of the year. He gets a curtain call, and the Yankees get a 2-0 lead as we head to the 3rd. Johnny Damon leads off, takes a first pitch strike from Brad Halsey. Yankees lead 2-0 on Tony Clark's 2-run home run off Pedro Martinez. Damon popped up to shallow left. Derek Jeter made the catch in the first inning.
Great game, isn't this baseball? I mean, you try to figure it out. You got all kinds of statistical trends, and here's a case where if Jason Giambi were not sick, Tony Clark wouldn't even be in the lineup. And he's hurt the Red Sox with his glove and his bat.
Deep to right field, but foul.
That's why the book Moneyball got a lot of publicity about, you know, how stats rule baseball. And talking with a friend of mine, scout for the Twins, who's here, Larry Corrigan, he said a friend of him they were talking about Moneyball. I said, did you read Moneyball? And the guy said, no, because they left out 2 chapters. They left out really how to win and how to get to the big dance and how to win the final, you know, how to win the ring. And Moneyball hadn't figured out a way how to do that yet.
Talk about that second time around. What's important for a hitter who has never seen a pitcher before is just to kind of, you know, get a gauge on the velocity and the movement of the pitches, and then the second time around you feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, that's why as a starter, Bobby, a starting pitcher, you wish you had 3 pitches or maybe 4 if you're not overpowering. And like you said, against good hitting lineup like the Red Sox, you might get them out the first go around with a fastball, but now you have to mix something else in.
Got him. 1 away. Second strikeout for Halsey.
Obviously, the fastball is deceptive, even though it's not overpowering. Because when you see hitters, and we've seen a lot of hitters swing through it, and we've seen them swing late on it. It must be what hitters would call sneaky fast, which means the fastball's getting on them a little quicker than it might appear coming out of his hand.
Bellhorn swings and foul tips the ball.
Damon doesn't strike out that much. Probably would be a better leadoff hitter if he wasn't such a great contact hitter. Usually when he swings, he makes contact.
Well, if you look at that shot from center field and you see Halsey, he's not like the modern ball players with those tight form-fitting pants. He looks like Whitey Ford out there.
Yeah, it looks like Whitey Ford pitching the Lake Success Legion Championship about age 17.
1-2. You see the pants all blousy around the hips, and usually that's not how they wear it anymore.
Talking about when he joined the Yankees out in Los Angeles, he didn't bring a whole lot of clothes with him from Columbus, and he's having to make do with just a couple of changes.
There's a ground ball to short, and they get Bellhorn 2 away.
One thing I like about David Ortiz, not only because he's a good contact hitter, but the way he approaches home plate. He walks up there like he owns that area, like that's his area and nobody else's.
We spoke yesterday about how Ortiz was signed to a contract extension, which was a very fair contract extension in terms of market value. 5.5 next year, 6.5, and then 7.5 if options vest, and it's a club option. Talk to somebody with the Red Sox. Why would he take that kind of money? They said because he feels that he can't put the same sort of numbers up anywhere else but Fenway Park, because he's such a good hitter at going the other way and using the wall. He said, let's say he played here at Yankee Stadium, he wouldn't be the same sort of hitter. And he also thinks that 5.5 and 6.5 is a lot of money.
It is. I know when he played with Minnesota, you know, they got the big baggie in right field, and you know, he used to hit a lot of line drives that would be out of any ballpark because of the lower stands, and a lot of that line drives that he hit at the dome up there, they were actually just doubles and long singles and not home runs.
340 hitter at Fenway, a 270 hitter on the road this year.
I think you can say that about any of these Red Sox hitters. They hit much higher at Fenway.
See what he's done the last 4 seasons. Last year was his breakout season with the Sox.
Doesn't hurt to hit in front of Manny Ramirez either.
That one is drilled to right field. Backing up is Sheffield. And he puts it away for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. So 55,000 people have not unnerved the kid. We go to the bottom of the third, 2-0 Yanks. As part of Samsung's 4 Seasons of Hope, Samsung and Circuit City have teamed up to help end the cycle of domestic violence and save lives. Every home run a Yankees player hits at Yankee Stadium, Circuit City is going to donate $1,000 to the Joe Torre Safe and Home Foundation. For more information, log on to fourseasonsofhope.com. $1,000 on that Tony Clark home run. Priceless for the Yankees, though, as they take a 2-0 lead here in the bottom of the third. The 1-0. There's a strike.
See Kevin Youkilis at third. There's the leaders of the Safe at Home Foundation home runs. Becky at the top. The Youkilis, I mean, he's way in on the grass. Should Lofton try to bunt, but Kenny can slap it by him that way. A lot more soft stuff and a lot more trying to use the outside corner than we usually see from Pedro.
And he does try to bunt, but it's foul.
It's unusual to try to bunt with a 3-1 pitch.
Yeah, it is.
Especially a guy that can hit the ball in the ballpark or drive the ball in the gaps. Youkilis, as Kenny was talking about, was still playing way in at third. Don't see many guys that can hit like Kenny Lofton try to bunt on 3-1.
And the 3-2. Walked him. A walk got Pedro in trouble in the second inning. With 2 outs, he walked Posada, and then Clark hit the home run.
You know, Pedro's motioning into the to either Varitek or the home plate umpire. I don't know if he misread the count, whether he thought it was 2-2. Because he looked like he was shocked when he threw that pitch that Lofton started going to first base.
Pedro locks in now for Jeter. Jeter struck out in the first. Jeter is sorry to see June go away. In March and April, he hit 168 with 1 home run. In May, he hit 261 with 3 home runs. In June, 396 with 9 home runs. Now he's at 271 overall after striking out in the first.
Yeah, a lot of speculation on Derek Jeter when he got off to that slow start. He kept saying that, yeah, I may be off on a slow start here early, but you know, you can hit 400 or 500 in 1 month too. You can bring that average back up. I think Joe DiMaggio, when he hit in 56 games, I think he got started real slow too. I think he only hit about 180 in the first month.
Fouled off the mask of Varitek. Lofton leads off first. Line drive right at Bellhorn, and they get Lofton for the double play.
Well, the ball was hit so hard that Lofton only came off about 2 or 3 steps after that big lead, and no chance to get back.
Here's Gary Sheffield, who was hit by a pitch by Martinez in the first, and they had some, well, Gary had some words for Pedro as he walked toward first base, shadowed by Jason Varitek.
Might see an extra hard swing here. Not that Gary doesn't swing hard all the time. Ooh, yeah, that's the one that really hurts his shoulder when he misses. But that was a grudge swing. No question. He had Monument Park and beyond in his sights with that swing.
Well, the direction was right, the distance not quite right, as Manny Ramirez puts it away for the final out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and because of the double play, nobody left on base. We played 3 at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Yankees 2, Red Sox nothing. You are watching Yes. Top of the fourth inning, time for the Aflac trivia question. The Duck will bring in the question.
Aflac.
And the question is, who was the last Red Sox player to win a Gold Glove award? We will find out in the bottom of the fourth inning. Pitch to Manny is inside.
Tony Pena?
Could be.
Current manager of the Kansas City Royals. I think Tony won one when he was with the Red Sox as a catcher. I don't know if anyone since then has done it.
Adjusting to the pitcher is one thing that a hitter tries to do, obviously, and Halsey did a nice job with Ramirez in the last at bat. Man on at second base, an RBI machine up there. 2-2 count. He took something off of it.
Manny's the kind of hitter, the word around the league, and you talk to scouts, with 2 strikes, he's such a good breaking ball hitter. You have to throw it either exceptionally slow or give him your best fastball upstairs. Anything in between that slider type speed, he really capitalizes on.
2-1. Grounded sharply and through for a base hit. That's his first base hit of the series. He's now 1 for 10. Leadoff single here in the fourth.
So what's the guy with the sign going to do now? See where Posada's target was. He wanted it down and away. It wasn't quite low enough, and it wasn't quite far enough away to take it off the barrel.
Guy in the sign is putting up 0 for 10, and he's wrong.
Yeah, he's got to. Well, he's going to put one. Yeah, he's going to put one. He'll get to it.
Not easy riding upside down.
He's going for it. Yep. Pitch to Varitek is outside.
See, it was just a soft single, so he gave him just a very light one.
Yeah.
Ooh. I say ooh because of course the Red Sox don't run much, but Tim McClellan, the crew chief over there, that looked like it was a borderline balk. Halsey, you know, you have to step toward first base and throw there. He looked like he went quite a distance toward home. Nice if you can get by with it. And obviously it's deceptive because he's had Manny going back to first base, which, you know, you don't have to pick guys off, but in this situation, if you keep them close, you get a ground ball, makes the double play easier to turn.
If you're taking a lead at first base and you have to lean back to first base with the pitcher delivering the ball towards home plate, you've got too big of a lead. If that's the case where you've got to be leaning back, I mean, if you're going to be leaning back all the time, you defeat the purpose over there. Just take a half a step less.
Halsey has allowed 2 hits. He leads 2-0. Varitek struck out in the second and didn't count 1 and 2. Popped up behind the plate. Posada gives it a run, but he runs out of room. Almost got Chuck Knobloch.
Ran right at his former teammate Chuck Knobloch, sitting in the stands right behind home plate.
Chuck has good seats.
Still lives in New York, I think. He has an apartment here in the city.
Boy, he really retired early. He looked like he was having a Hall of Fame career, and then he developed those throwing problems and had a season with Kansas City and decided to hang it up. Varitek goes down on strikes. He struck out twice now against Halsey, and he is 0 for his last 11. Varitek is 1 away.
Talking with Mel Stottlemyre about Halsey's arsenal, And he said this is what he has the ability to do with his fastball. He said, you know, a lot of left-handers, that fastball would move just back across the plate where a hitter would get a look at it. Now, it's not the sharp cutter like Mariano Rivera, but it's sort of a four-seam fastball that keeps riding in on the hands. I don't know if fans remember Charlie Liebrandt, left-hand pitcher, was not a hard thrower, but he could break a lot of bats with pitches like that.
Here's Kevin Millar, grounded to short. That was in the second. And nubbed up the first baseline. Halsey will field. And calmly flips to Clark, 2 away as Ramirez moves to second.
Good way of putting that. Halsey didn't panic. He made a sure picking the ball up. I don't know if he knew that Millar couldn't run that well. But very deliberately threw the ball to Clark. Plenty of time. Sometimes you rush over, you panic a little bit, maybe your foot slips.
Here's Dave McCarty, who walked and stole a base in the second inning. Some question about last night why David Ortiz was still in the game defensively in the bottom of the 7th inning after he get hit in the top of the 7th, that McCarty should have replaced him there. But Ortiz was there, and Tony Clark's ground ball went through his glove. 2-base error, or 2-run error, E3. I don't think anybody has really decided for sure if it went through the webbing or he just missed the ball. None of the replays are really decisive. That one's a deep fly ball to center field. Lofton is there in dead center, and he puts it away for the final out of the inning. So another good inning for Brad Halsey. No runs a hit, no errors. 1 man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-0. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning, and Alex Rodriguez leads off against Pedro Martinez. Foul bat.
Alex has an interested spectator and a guy who's been a long-time guru, almost like a second father. That's Eddie Rodriguez, no relation. Eddie's from down the Miami area. For 30 years he's been running boys and girls clubs programs down there. And I'll tell you, he has produced some players. Rafael Palmeiro, Danny Tartabull. Alex came out of there, and what Eddie's been looking at is, he said Alex is not getting his hands back. Bobby, you could relate to that as a hitter. And that's why you see him get caught out in front a great deal. And it was interesting in batting practice after Alex's rounds, he actually looked up in the stands, and Eddie, I was sitting next to Eddie, and he was kind of critiquing every swing, and he said, you know, he's a second half hitter. Once he settles down and keeps those hands back, gets a little separation, he's going to take off and have a monster year.
Alex goes down on strikes for the 2nd time this evening.
Sheffield and I were talking about just that same thing about keeping the hands back, and I was telling Sheffield would take another look at A-Rod striking out here.
Yeah, see, he never got any separation there, and you can see Eddie behind home plate shaking his head.
And how you load those hands up. And I said, you know, a lot of times when you bring your hands forward, you only get a half a swing, and most of the time you're even with the ball at home plate. You never get the bat head out in front. Obviously, you don't load up on it. But if you just do the opposite. In other words, what I'm saying is, if the hands are coming forward, I mean, when you're just practicing, you know, when you're taking batting practice or you're thinking about it, you hold your hands in front of you, you won't hit from there. Your hands automatically will go back. So whatever you're doing wrong, you just do the opposite, and it'll put you in the right position.
So do it more wrong.
If you're overstriding, put a lot of weight on the front foot, because if you put a lot of weight on the front foot, you're not going to hit there. You automatically shift your weight back to the back foot. Not to do that in the game, but I'm just saying, you know, when you're trying to build your muscle memory back up again, because you don't think about those things when you're up at the plate. Maybe in front of a mirror, or just during batting practice, even off of a practice tee, you can do that.
The 2-2. Matsui down on strikes. 2-away.
Zoning in on that outside corner.
5 strikeouts for Pedro Martinez.
Well, Brad Halsey can't do anything about it other than just try to continue to pitch, take the game into like the 7th inning. But I think most people on the Yankee bench would say right now, you got 2, you better try to make those stand up. As Michael pointed out earlier, the way the Yankees have done well against Pedro is they outpitch him.
There's Bernie Williams. The guy who usually draws the Pedro Martinez card is Mike Mussina. And he has really outdueled him. And if you look at Pedro's numbers against the Yankees, he's 10-8 with a 2.76. Now, the ERA is great, but Pedro Martinez is about a 700 winning percentage pitcher. And to be 10-8 against the team, that means the Yankees have done very well against him.
I mean, Pedro gives you a chance to win just about every time he goes out there and pitches for you. That's all you ever ask of anybody to do. But, you know, the strikeout totals have been going down every year for the last 3 years for Pedro per 9 inning. I think one of the reasons, well, one of the things that the hitters don't have as much trouble doing as far as adjustment is concerned, since he doesn't have that 90-plus fastball every time now. He's got, you know, high 80s. You know, the difference between the high 80 fastball and the changeup is not as significant today as it was 3 years ago. So there's not a whole lot more adjustment that the hitter has to make, you know, as far as the speed is concerned.
Well, when he first got to the Red Sox, he could reach back and throw 98 miles an hour.
Well, that's what I meant.
Yep.
You know, you throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball on a consistent basis and a 78-mile-an-hour change or an 80-mile-an-hour change. That's a big adjustment for a hitter.
Let's take a look at the Aflac trivia answer. And the question was, who was the last Red Sox player to win a Gold Glove? Kitty guessed Tony Pena. Let's see if he was right. Tony Pena.
Wow.
1991.
Man, I better. I just took a little guess. Maybe I ought to get some Mega Millions tickets or something, huh?
And Pedro strikes out the side. 3 up, 3 down, 3 Ks. Pedro has struck out 6. Rodriguez went down on strikes. Matsui waved on strikes. Bernie Williams goes down on strikes. And we go to the top of the 5th. 2-0 Yanks. Well, thank you, Fred. Here in the top of the 5th inning, Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-0. Youkilis leads off, and he takes a strike. Well, Brad Halsey's been impressive, and you know what? He better be impressive because Pedro's been impressive as well. He's made 1 mistake, given up 1 hit, and that hit happened to be a 2-run home run into the right field bleachers to Tony Clark. Halsey's given up 2 hits, and he has walked 2.
Well, you never know. You know, this kid improved every year that he was in the minor leagues for the Yankees.
That one is driven out to right center field. Sheffield makes the call, and Sheffield makes the catch.
Not a whole lot known about him, and all of a sudden he's thrown into the big leagues, and he showed a whole lot of poise. And continues to show that poise. He's able to change speeds, and that's big, along with spotting your fastball, a little cutter that he has.
Now, is it possible in front of this crowd in this venue against the Red Sox that he could be totally not unnerved? Is it possible at his age?
Oh, I think so. I mean, everybody, I'm just speaking from a starting pitcher standpoint. For 4 days, you're building up some butterflies because you're anticipating that next start. And the last thing you want to do is wait 4 or 5 days and then go out and not get through the first inning. So there's always more nerves in those early innings. But I think once you get through it, if you're Brad Halsey, you say, hey, I'm pitching against Pedro Martinez. Nobody expects me to win. Here it is. See if you can hit it. I think he uses that to his advantage.
But other youngsters can't do it.
But he certainly, well, that's the makeup by a different person. You know, everybody has their own different personalities and how they view and handle different things. But there's nothing that Brad Halsey doesn't know about the Boston Red Sox. If you're in the Yankee organization, you know about the Boston Red Sox and how important it is to play them and to beat them.
Well, so far he's done a nice job. 4 1/3 scoreless innings. Johnny Damon, he has retired twice, and Damon is on deck. Grounded sharply. Diving stop by A-Rod. Gets to his feet. Fires. Got him. Oh, what a play by Alex Rodriguez. taking an extra base hit away from Pokey Reese.
First guy to his feet was his guru, Eddie. I told Eddie before the game, I said, this guy's playing Gold Glove third base, and there's the difference. Last night, Gary Sheffield hit a rocket like that. Red Sox couldn't come up with it. That's a double that Alex takes away from Pokey Reese.
Here's Johnny Damon. Pitches low.
I mean, you never know, but I don't think anybody had any doubts what kind of third base that Alex Rodriguez was going to play. I mean, he knew when he came to the Yankees and that trade was made that he was going to be moved to third base, and I don't think he had any doubts in his own mind about playing third and playing well, and maybe on a Gold Glove level, which that's what he's been doing this year.
I'll tell you, I mean, I can't say I had doubts, but I never thought that he could play third base this early, this well. You know, you got the ball coming out of the stands. You don't have as much time to react. You got different footwork. There's a lot, and of course, he and Greg Nettles worked hard in the spring. But I think he's overachieved.
Count 2-2 to Damon.
I don't know. He has such great ability. I mean, he's just an exceptional athlete. When you get to athletes like that, they can adjust to almost anything.
He struck him out. A 1-2-3 inning for Brad Halsey. And Alex Rodriguez helped him out. Pokey Reese with a blistering shot down the line. Diving stop. Shows off that arm. Second out of the inning. And his mentor likes what he sees. We're halfway through. 2-0 Yanks. Jorge Posada will lead out the bottom of the fifth inning. We've got ourselves a pitcher's duel here tonight. Pedro Martinez, the veteran, against Brad Halsey, the peach-faced rookie. Posada digs in. He walked and scored in the second. Pitches outside. Two and 0.
Talked about the success Pedro's had against Posada, yet he's pitching him very carefully and lost him to a base on balls. That's how the Yankees got their 2 runs, 2-out walk.
And the count levels at 2-2.
Pedro's the epitome of the pitcher that just plays catch with the catcher. I had the privilege of playing with the great Steve Carlton, a Hall of Famer, and that's all Lefty did during the game. He was completely oblivious of the hitter. He just played catch with the catcher. And you can see how he and Varitek are doing that. He gets the ball back on the mound, knows what he wants to do next, and if the bat happens to get in the way of the ball, so be it.
Count still full.
Oh, and you got that great command like Carlton has, and also Pedro. I think that's pretty easy for them to do. I don't think Pedro thinks that there's not any place that he can't throw that ball anytime he wants to.
That one's hit deep to right field. See ya! Upper deck home run. Jorge Posada, and the Yankees lead 3-0. A monster shot by Posada. That is Posada's first home run since June 1st.
Well, if he's been saving up since June the 1st, he let it go this time. Up into the upper deck here at Yankee Stadium. Pedro challenged him on 3-2 this time with a fastball, and he made him pay it. Tenth
home run of the year for Jorge Posada. We told you his first since June 1st, only his second since April 28th.
That might be as sweet a home run trot as Jorge has ever had because of the past battles with Pedro.
Tony Clark had a sweet home run trot in the second inning, a 2-run shot that broke the scoreless tie. Now the Yankees with 2 home runs today lead 3-0. The 1-2. Strike 3 outside corner. Clark down looking. Strikeout number 7 for Pedro.
The count is everything, and when Pedro can get ahead, and I mean that is an absolutely perfect pitch, but against Posada he walked him one time and went to 3-2 the next time.
Pitch to Enrique Wilson is outside. Wilson grounded out to first. That was in the second. Count 1-1. Wilson now is in a little bit of a slump. Joe Torre has used Miguel Cairo a lot to great effect because Cairo's done a good job. Wilson is now 1 for his last 18.
And Enrique's in the lineup tonight because of his numbers against Pedro. Came into the game 10 for 22 off of Martinez. Well, if he's been in a slump, I think Joe thinks maybe he can break out against Pedro.
And they are very good friends.
Not good. Be good friends with those hitters, boy. They'll take advantage of you every time.
Hard to be a good friend with a pitcher.
Yep.
That one is lofted into left field. Manny Ramirez is there, and speaking of good friends, remember Manny Ramirez couldn't play last year against the Yankees at Fenway Park, but he made it out to the hotel to see Enrique Wilson. And when asked about it, Manny said, "Enrique's my man."
Manny just likes to play baseball. That's about all he cares about, and hitting is the most important part.
Here's Kenny Lofton, and the pitch is outside.
What has always struck me to be very strange about the Red Sox clubhouse is that the superstars, you know, the Manny Ramirez's and the Pedro Martinez, the Garcia Parras, they're not spokespersons for this ball club. It's always been somebody else.
That one is blooped to left field. Reese giving chase, tumbles into the stands. Did he hold on?
I think he got it.
Yes, he did. What a play by Pokey Reese. Gets a hug from Manny Ramirez. An outstanding play by the Red Sox shortstop. Well, the Yankees get 1 run on 1 hit by Jorge Posada. Jim Cott said one of the sweetest home run trots of his career. That's why. The incident in Fenway, and now this upper deck answer. We go to the 6th, 3-0 Yanks. We go to the 6th inning. Yankees lead the Red Sox 3-0. 2 Yankee home runs accounting for both of the runs, or all 3 of the runs, and Pokey Reese ended the inning with a neat play. Now he fell in there and the umpire wasn't down there. He could have dropped the ball and put it in his glove. Didn't look like he did, but nobody was watching other than those fans. And that gets a hug from Manny. Now you, Bobby, are one of the most upstanding human beings I've ever met. But you actually took part in some espionage on a similar play, right? Against the Red Sox.
Well, against the Red Sox. I wouldn't do it against anybody else, but it was the Red Sox, you know. The old Yankee Stadium. We had the low right field fence, you know, and we had a right fielder, Ron Woods, was playing out there. I was playing center field. Yastrzemski was the hitter. He had a line drive into right field, and Woods went up. It was on an afternoon game. There wasn't anybody in the right field stands. I mean, it was totally empty.
Bellhorn down on strikes.
Well, I'll tell you what, this kid is really impressive tonight. Anyway, to finish that story, Yastrzemski gets this line drive. Woods went up, and you could see Woods in the ball in the glove, and then he disappeared in the stands. I ran over there. Ron Woods he was knocked out colder than a cucumber. In fact, the ball was lying in the stands, and I jumped in there, of course, to see how Ron was. But in the meantime, I saw where the ball was, so I just took the ball and kind of put it next to the glove, you know, and the umpire was running out there, and he saw the ball in the glove, and he called Yastrzemski out.
So Yastrzemski actually has one more homer than is officially noted.
No, the umpire called him out. I did tell Yaz, I said, Yaz, you'd have gotten that 3,000th hit a lot sooner if that had to happen, you know. Because Yaz made a beeline out there, you know. He thought it was a home run for sure.
Ortiz fouls it back, 1-1. Tom Gordon starting the stretching exercises.
Yeah, be interesting to see if Joe tries to shorten up the game. He's got a cushion winning the first two, and the way the kid is pitching right now, you know, you wouldn't make any move. But I know he's going to be very careful about taking him out on a good note. You know, with a 3-run lead, there's no way he's going to leave him in there even long enough for the Red Sox to tie the game.
Popped up down the left field line. A long run from Matsui on the run toward the line. He can't make the play. It's a fair ball. It bounces into the seats. Another double for Ortiz, the 31st of the year for him and the second of the game.
I don't know. I think Matsui may have lost that ball maybe in this. It looked like he was just kind of running halfway at it, and all of a sudden he had to pick up the speed because he had misjudged how far the ball was going to be carrying over towards the left field line.
Well, you know, Bobby, if you're running on your heels at all and your head's bobbing up and down, and at the distance he had to cover, he's playing Ortiz way over to pull. I mean, that was not an easy play. And as soon as that ball hit the warning track and was fair, the telephone rang in the Yankee bullpen and Mel out to the mound.
Can you believe the official scoring on that? They gave him an E7.
No,
that's Phil Pepe.
Phil, come on, you're gonna rethink that.
That's unbelievable.
Rick Cerone, yeah, he's gonna rethink that. He thought Bobby was playing left field.
Yeah.
He said he should have gotten to it easily.
I would have accepted it.
Yeah, that's a tough.
You know, not a lot of times when you see the ball go up in the air, of course, with the dusk of the night coming in here, sometimes you don't pick it up immediately. And
that'll be after further review, I'll guarantee you.
I think they need to have us show another replay, because that's the only way Phil Pepe's going to see it again. And looks like he's waiting by the television monitor in the press box, so we'll try to run it when we can. Pitch from Ramirez is low. There it is, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, he had a long run for that ball.
Right now it stays in E7, the 1-0.
Yeah, the way you look at plays like that, I would think as an official score, is it could it have been caught, or should it have? Now that's one that could have been caught, but you can't say, hey, he should have caught that ball, and it's already been changed to a double. No surprise.
What did official scorers do before TV?
They called balls like that errors.
Oh, that was an error.
That one's hit deep to center field. Going back, Lofton on the track at the wall. See ya! A 2-run home run for Manny Ramirez. The Red Sox are on the board. Yankees lead 3-2.
It was one of those slider speed pitches, and Manny knew as soon as he hit it. I think Jorge's going to come to the mound. I don't think he's going to face Varitek. I mean, maybe Joe will leave him in, but I think it's in that situation where Joe says, I don't want this kid to lose this game.
Posada out to maybe kill a little bit more time. Now here comes Derek Jeter in, and here comes A-Rod, and also Joe Torre.
Good move. He's done so well, and you want him to leave on a good note. And this crowd's going to give him some kind of ovation.
And his teammates are congratulating him, and that's probably most important. He did an impressive job in front of a sellout crowd. Joe will take the ball. Listen to the ovation. After young Brad Halsey gave up the 2-run home run to Manny Ramirez, Joe Torre had to make the singular call to the bullpen. Singular, the wireless company that fits you best. To this point, he has nothing to be ashamed of. He outdueled one of the greatest pitchers in baseball history, Pedro Martinez, through 5 1/3, leaves with a 3-2 lead. So he can get the win.
The Rook.
I don't think he'd do if his feet touched the ground when he was getting that ovation.
It's pretty cool.
Richly deserved.
So Paul Quantrill takes over to deal to Jason Varitek. Varitek 5 for 14 lifetime against Quantrill. He was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts against Halsey. Usually Quantrill's inning is the 7th. Gordon's is the 8th. Rivera's is the 9th. You see Quantrill's numbers this year.
Of course, what changes Joe's bullpen mix, and by his own admission last night, Joe said, that was Heredia's game. That was his night. See how Paul is consistently leads the league in appearances.
High pop-up, shallow right. Backing up, Wilson coming in Sheffield. 2 down as Sheffield makes the play.
Now he's got, he can bring, in a situation like tonight, he has enough confidence to bring Heredia in to face David Ortiz. Mel did a little work with Heredia on his motion and tweaked it a bit. And seems to be able to throw more strikes and throw better.
Pitch to Millar is low.
When Halsey came out of the game, Mel immediately went over there and sat next to him, visited with him, and continued to, I'm sure, pump up the confidence.
That one is scooped into right, and Sheffield is there, and that'll do it. So in the 6th, the Red Sox get on the board. The only blemish against Brad Halsey. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left, and the hit, Manny Ramirez 21st home run. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Yankees lead 3-2.
Head to the bottom of the 6th, and round 2 of the Subway Series starts tomorrow at Shea. Yes Network will have it covered tomorrow night on Yes. The Yankees take on the Mets in Game 1. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:30, and then Saturday turn to Yes after the game for complete post-game coverage of Game 2. And then finally Sunday afternoon, Yankees close out the Subway Series at Shea. Pre-game coverage starts at 12:30 right on Yes, your Subway Series station stop.
Bottom of the 6th inning, tight game now. Yankees lead 3-2. Red Sox trying to salvage the final game of the set. Derek Jeter leads off, and the pitch is inside 1-0. High-powered people at the game. Henry Kissinger on the left.
Good to have a peacemaker here when the Red Sox and Yankees get together, and Pedro's on the mound.
And one of the co-owners of the Giants, Robert Tisch, on the right. Hit sharply through the left side for a base hit. Jeter with a leadoff single. He now has an 11-game hitting streak.
Well, Jeter was almost at 400 for the month of April, hitting .398 last night. Going into that game, he was 1 for 3 last night, so he'll just start him a new streak here on the first day of July. Well, what a difference in Derek Jeter. One of the reasons is that he is holding those hands back a little bit longer now. Mom and Dad reacting, and they did a lot of that in the month of June.
And the pitch to Sheffield is low.
That was a good shot there from our low first camera to show how Derek is keeping the hands back, something that A-Rod's trying to do.
There's a strike. Three-two Yankees lead. They really play Sheffield to pull more than any other team. Bellhorn is almost behind second base, maybe a step or three to the right field side. The whole right side of the infield is open for Sheffield.
Some hitter, Gary right now is just waiting for that left shoulder to calm down. That swing hurt. There's some hitters you say play him away, pitch him away, play him away. Gary's the kind of hitter. Rocky Colavito, the great right-hand power hitter, was like that. Even if you pitched him outside, he's going to pull the ball. These kind of hitters, I mean, Gary's one of those angry-looking hitters that he's going to attack the ball and try to pull almost everything.
Ted Williams was like that.
Keeping Jeter close. Jeter talking with Tim McClellan, maybe saying, hey, was that a balk? It was a quick move by Pedro. He reaches out and pops it up. Foul territory, third base side. Youkilis puts it away, one down. Here's A-Rod. He has struck out twice against Pedro. And Eddie has the best seat in the house to watch A-Rod swing. Eddie Rodriguez serves as a father figure for Alex, whose dad left home when Alex was very young. That one is driven deep to right field, giving chase Millar into the corner. He makes a nice play. And Jeter has to hustle back. That was some play by Kevin Millar. Two down.
Well, Trot Nixon was in the original lineup last time, but the sore quad made him the designated hitter. Millar playing there tonight, tracking it all the way in the corner. That ball from the right side, from a right-handed hitter, is always slicing away from you. So pitchers always like a good play like that because that's going to score a run for sure.
Best swing Alex has had for a while. He did stay back and, you know, drove that ball better than he has lately.
Here's Matsui, 0 for 2 against Pedro, 2 strikeouts. Career 0 for 15 against Pedro, 6 strikeouts. It's rare that you see Matsui overmatched, but he seems overmatched against Pedro.
He's not alone. Might see Jeter try to steal second here, especially if they, you know, he's been throwing Matsui a lot of those soft breaking balls. That one was inside on the outside corner. A little easier to steal a base with a left-hand hitter in the box. More tough, more difficult for the catcher to get in throwing position. Another thing that Pedro does so well. You see he'll make the quick move and then he'll hold it for several seconds and That's the best way to neutralize a good base stealer, is to vary the amount of time you hold the ball in your stretch. Go quick one time, slow the next, mix it up.
Another strike and the count 1-2.
Matsui, one of the reasons maybe that he doesn't feel that comfortable against Pedro is the fact that Matsui always has had a tendency to pull off the ball just a little bit. And Pedro with that great changeup, the changeup that goes down and away from the left-handed hitter, you're pulling off of a pitch that's going away from you. That's not a very good mix.
1-2. Soft ground ball is short. Pokey Reese will go across the diamond, and he gets Matsui for the final out of the inning. So the leadoff single by Jeter is wasted. No runs a hit, one man left. Let's go to the 7th. 3-2 Yanks. Tonight after the Yankees postgame, don't miss the premiere of Yankeeography. Whitey Ford. Go inside the pinstripes and find out how the chairman of the board dominated in the postseason to become one of the greatest pitchers in Yankees history. It's an all-new Yankeeography Whitey Ford tonight after the Yankees postgame, only on Yes. I heard that's a great show on Whitey, and I actually heard that Whitey got an advance copy. He was very happy with it.
Well, Yankeeography in general is it's been great. They have produced some wonderful features.
David McCarty has worked the count 0-2. Number 16, the chairman of the board.
I learned a lot about the Yankees because of the Yankeeography. I mean, I didn't know some of the history that they were talking about and that they used in those Yankeeographies about this wonderful franchise.
Won a couple of Emmy Awards that show.
Yeah. It was great.
Whitey 236 and 106. Got into the Hall of Fame on his second try. Went in with his buddy Mickey Mantle.
Chairman of the board.
I got to see that induction, 1973. We played the Hall of Fame game. Mickey and Whitey. Also in '66, see Ted Williams and Casey Stengel go in together. I remember sitting in the bullpen in Minnesota with my roommate Jim Merritt. We'd go down there on the days that Whitey started to watch him warm up, and he walked by one day and I said, "Roomie, the guy makes $50,000 a year. Can you ever imagine if we could play long enough to do that? We pitch a couple years and retire." That's how long ago that was.
That one is rocketed into right center field. Lofton on the run. Can't make the play. It's off his glove. And McCarty will stop at second. We'll see how they score it. He went a long way to get that. That should be a double.
I got a feeling that's going to be a base hit. The double you were talking about.
Yeah, but it's a ball that it should have been caught by Kenny Lofton with his ability, and he knows it. He ran a little bit of a zigzag route. The ball's hit hard. You see right there. Now Kenny's, he's running over, and now he has to run back. If he gets a jump and runs right at the ball, but he ran straight across and then ran back, made it more difficult. It is obvious it would call a double, but I think if you ask Kenny Lofton, he'd say, "I should have caught that ball."
Pitch to Kevin Youkilis is a strike.
Of course, if a pitcher says that when he comes in, the first thing outfielder could say is, "Well, look, don't let him hit it that hard then."
Line drive, base hit to left field. Charging is Matsui. He bobbles the ball. McCarty was held up, though. So the Red Sox have runners on the corners and nobody out. McCarty stopped the engine and could not restart once Matsui bobbled the ball.
Well, you'll see the base hit. You'll see McCarty coming into third. Dale Swaim, the third base coach over there, tried to restart him after Matsui bobbled that ball. But once you've broken your momentum, there's nothing you can do. Swaim is seeing stop at third, and once Matsui bobbled the ball, he tried to restart him again. It was just too late.
Pokey Reese due up first and third, no outs. About the only Red Sox hitter that will bunt You know, with Pedro on the mound, if Terry Francona is saying, look, I want to at least tie the game, might put on that safety, you know, sacrifice. Heredia is getting ready to come in, face Johnny Damon.
This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees.
A lot of action going on around the mound because, you know, even though we've said it before, baseball is a slow-paced game. Right now, if you're an infielder, you got to be thinking quickly. The ball's hit hard. Can you get to? If it's not hit hard, McCarty's going home. A lot of different options if the ball is hit your way.
Shortstop and second baseman are back. A-Rod's about even with the bag at third. Tony Clark holds on the runner at first. And there's a hot ground ball to short. This will tie the game, but they get a double play. No RBI for Reese. McCarty scores, and it's 3-3.
Pokey hit it hard, so the Yankees playing in double play position. They'll give up the run, the tie to get the 2 outs. The double play keeps the Red Sox from really putting a huge inning together.
And Joe Torre wants to bring in Felix Heredia to match up with the lefty swinging Johnny Damon. And we just saw a shot there of Kenny Lofton talking to himself, realizing that the game is tied because he couldn't hold on to that drive into right center field. So Brad Halsey cannot win the game. Paul Quantrill can't win the game either. Felix Heredia comes on. He'll be the pitcher of record. Should he have caught it? It's a double, and it's a tie game. We go to the bottom of the 7th, or we're still in the top of the 7th inning. And yeah, call people about this. Felix Heredia comes on to face Johnny Damon. It's a 3-3 game.
Overall numbers don't look good, but the last couple outings, of course, last night Felix was sensational. One of the things Mel Stottlemyre did with him is just a simple little thing like his position on the rubber. Before, that right foot was much more toward first base in what you'd call a closed position. Now you'll see the toe of the right foot is pointed a little bit more toward home plate. He's more in a square position. And he's been able to throw more strikes. That's one of the advantages of having video, that you can look at your pitchers and hitters.
What a performance last night by Felix Heredia. Bases loaded, nobody out, and he gets out of it without allowing a run. That was in the 7th inning, top of the 7th. He pitched the 1-2-3 ninth in Tuesday's game, and then that great 7th inning last night. No one warming for the Red Sox in their bullpen. So Pedro will pitch the bottom of the 7th. The 1-2 to Damon. Skips rope to get out of the way. They just announced the crowd here at the stadium, 55,265. And it is the 13th sellout of the year for the Yankees. Two-two. They'll play in front of 3 more sellout crowds this weekend at Shea Stadium, starting tomorrow night. Two-two. Got him. Damon could not get out of the way, so as he hit by a pitch, and that'll bring up Mark Bellhorn.
Well, that's one of the things they had hoped by opening up that motion that they could keep Heredia from doing. Ball comes out early. And of course now Damon, the Red Sox don't steal off him, but he would, in a tie game right here, he would certainly be a threat to take off. Pitcher, left-hand pitcher has the advantage. You're looking right at the runner, and you see where Johnny Damon's lead is almost where that cutout, where that little semicircle cutout is. If he starts getting beyond that, that's a base stealer's lead. Now, right now, he's just got a comfortable lead. He doesn't even have to dive back. So what Damon's doing, he's reading Heredia's motion. See if he can time that, and then he'll cheat, maybe get an extra step or two.
Anytime you get back as easily as Damon is getting back, you can get another half a step, maybe even one more step.
%78 stolen base success rate, 252 stolen bases, caught 70 times. Bellhorn with a fly ball to right center. Kenny Lofton is there, and he will put it away for the final out of the inning. But the Red Sox tied the score. They score 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. Brad Halsey pitched well. He will not get a win at the end of 6.5 innings of play. Get up and stretch. Red Sox and the Yankees are tied at 3. While you're standing, remain there and honor America and listen to the voice of Yankee Stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard.
As we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe. And please also remember all of those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. And now, please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
Thank you, Fred. Here at Yankee Stadium, bottom of the 7th inning, the Yankees and the Red Sox are now tied at 3. So the Yankees led 3-0. And now the Red Sox have come back. It is 3-3, and the Yankees have to reach back to the Bambino against Pedro Martinez, Williams, Posada, and Tony Clark. Yankees 3 hits, 2 of them home runs. A 2-run shot by Clark, a solo shot by Posada. Right back to Pedro. Took a hit away from Bernie. 1 away. 1 pitch, 1 down.
And that 1 pitch, 1 out is important for Pedro and the Red Sox. He has no complete games. He's gone 8 innings once, but they normally keep him around 115 pitches. That was his 95th. So at this rate, he can take him a little deeper into the game than he normally does.
Red Sox a little bit short-handed in their bullpen. Scott Williamson, who pitched last time, had to come out of the game. Is not available tonight because of something wrong with the elbow. Stiffness.
Posada has scored 2 runs. He's walked and homered. And they have to be sweet runs to score him against Pedro Martinez. He has struggled so mightily against Pedro throughout his career. 61 strikes out of 97 pitches for Pedro Martinez.
Boy, has that changed. You mentioned Posada. I mean, he's pitching. Talk about the curse of the Bambino. He's pitching Posada like he's Babe Ruth. I mean, he's had all that success against Jorge. Walked him, then went to 3-2.
How about that? And the photo, or the artist Bill Gallo cartoon, Babe Ruth today in the Daily News. Does it work today? It's nice that you can hang the picture of the guy who built the house in the house.
Next to Grady Little.
Tony Clark drives one the other way, but it slices foul into the seats. In the second inning, Clark went yard. Into the bleachers, his 6th home run of the year, a 2-run shot. He has filled in more than admirably for Jason Giambi. Hey, if you missed the pregame show, Giambi's been out with a virus which has been made worse by having a parasite. And now it was revealed today that Kevin Brown was tested and also has a parasite. And that's why he has felt weak. But he said he's close to getting over it, and it should not affect him coming back. Fouled straight back here.
Wow. I say wow because, I mean, Tony Clark was so on that ball. Very seldom do we get a foul ball over our booth in the upper deck. And I mean, that's what a good fastball that Pedro's got, and it's also the kind of bat speed. I mean, that pitch is upstairs. Tony almost caught up with it.
We've seen these Red Sox catchers when they want a ball up in the strike zone, they stand up. Mirabelli did that last time against Sheffield 2 or 3 times.
Pedro not happy with that call. He wanted that strike from Jim Wolf, the home plate ump.
Well, Veritek was setting up outside the strike zone. You're not going to get that.
And Clark goes down on strikes. 2 away. The 8th strikeout for Pedro.
Fastballs and then that changeup, that devastating changeup that Pedro has. The same arm motion, that's what really sets that pitch up. The same arm motion, same release point as the fastball. It's hard to adjust to it.
And the pitch to Wilson is a strike. Enrique is 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded to first and fly to left. And the count 1-1. Wilson 10 for 24 lifetime against Martinez. And the count 1-2. Tim Wakefield started last night, pitched very well. Turned the lead over to the bullpen. They could not hold on. Broken bat line drive. Base hit to right center field. Posada will stop at second. Bellhorn lost his glove diving for the ball. And Enrique Wilson lost a bat.
He'll give up that bat for a hit. He hasn't had many lately, Bobby.
Sally went after Enrique Wilson. Wilson has had tremendous success against one of the great pitchers of all times. And yeah, you'll give up any broken bat for a base hit. It almost looked like Bellhorn was throwing his glove at the baseball. I don't think he was. It just kind of came off his hand. It appeared to be that way. But Posada decided with a couple of men out to stop at second base. Enrique continues that career average against Pedro. And he's been in a slump.
Amazing.
Hadn't played in 3 days.
Before that, he has 1 for his last 19. Here's Kenny Lofton. This is the Yankees' first at-bat of the night with a runner in scoring position.
And it's one of their slower runners, and it's important right here with the Red Sox outfield playing rather shallow. Jorge has to get a couple extra steps off second base, scoring a base hit.
He's not going to have to worry about that. A fly ball to left, and Manny Ramirez puts it away for the final out of the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the 8th inning. Yankees 3 and the Red Sox 3 right here on Yes. Let's take a look at the Red Sox in-game box score, which is sponsored by your Tri-State Lincoln Mercury dealer. The Red Sox have 6 hits. David Ortiz has 2 doubles. Manny Ramirez, a big blow, a 2-run home run. Dave McCarty had a double. Kevin Youkilis walked and also had a hit as well. Looks like Pedro Martinez's day is done. He will sit from the bench and hope that his team can get him a run right here so he can get a victory. Looks like the Red Sox will go to the bullpen in the bottom of the 8th no matter what. Heredia will deal to Ortiz. High fly ball, deep right field. Sheffield back on the track. Now reaches over, makes the play. I don't know if he misjudged that or the wind took the ball, but he thought it was gone and then started running back toward the infield.
As high as this ball was hit, you need some night goggles out there. I mean, this had some height to it. He took his eye off the ball, thinking he was going back to the wall, and then all of a sudden he's got to make that reverse diving catch for it. Yeah, he misjudged it a little bit based on that reaction there. There's not a whole lot of wind. I don't think the wind had any effect to it, but if there is any wind at all with the height of that ball there, sure the wind would have some effect to it. I think Heredia thought when that ball left the bat, it was out of here.
Pedro was hoping it was out, but then he watched the catch and somewhat disappointed. Well, Heredia's night is done. Joe Torre will signal to the bullpen, and he calls on Tom Gordon. It'll be Gordon against Ramirez. Pretty good matchup right there. You want to stay right there as well. Manny Ramirez with 1 out will face Tom Gordon, and let's take a closer look at what he did in the 6th inning.
Manny Ramirez home run, a 2-run shot over the center field wall. That brought the Red Sox within 1.
Closer look replay brought to you by Samsung. So now he stands at home plate as the go-ahead run against Tom Gordon, Yankees' 4th pitcher of the night. Gordon's numbers are outstanding. Pitch is high.
Saw that scene in the Red Sox dugout where they apparently shook hands with Pedro and said, "Nice job." At least I saw Dave Wallace, pitching coach, do that. And Terry Francona has his closer, Keith Folk, warming up in the bullpen, which you seldom see a closer come in to a tie game, particularly in the 8th inning. So that's how badly he wants this game.
Strike on the outside corner, the count 1-1.
I asked Francona before today's ball game. I said, well, you know, I know it's a big ball game, but how big a ball game is it to you and your ball club? He said, well, we're not out of it if we lose, but if we lose this game with Pedro out on the mound tonight, he said that would be devastating mentally to this club.
Driven the other way and foul. They have to look at games with Pedro and Schilling almost as guaranteed win nights, and if they don't win those games, they are demoralizing.
Well, they're 18-7 between them, those two. They're 12 games over 500 when those two guys start. The rest of the time they're about 3 or 4 under.
They played 3 games under 500 in the month of June, and they were playing some sloppy baseball and making a lot of errors.
1-2. He struck him out.
Manny Ramirez not going to get a breaking ball in the strike zone to hit from Tom Gordon. That's a little slider on the outside corner. And then once he gets ahead, Manny's such a good two-strike breaking ball hitter. Blows it right by him.
Varitek swings and misses. Crowd getting loud.
Varitek, of course, batting fifth in the lineup tonight. Garcia Parra not playing because of the soreness in the Achilles. But I don't know of a one ball club that has a 3, 4, and 5 hitter in their lineup like the Boston Red Sox do with Ortiz.
Nice little nifty catch by A-Rod. Got his glove and way to the hot shot liner. Popped it straight up in the air. Kept his composure. And a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th.
Great reactions by Alex Rodriguez. Used all of his height as well. Varitek hits this ball fairly crisply to left field, but Alex times it right and then has the good hand-eye coordination to grab the rebound, take a bite out of it.
I don't know what he was doing. He probably said, I'm glad I got my glove up, not my head in front of it.
Well, the Yankees going to have to push a run across if they're going to push that broom across the series, and they'll have to do it against the Red Sox closer, Keith Falk, and he is having some season.
Those are Tom Gordon or Mariano Rivera type numbers when you add up the hits and the walks. Not even they're less than innings pitched. Good combination of power and control. Unusual motion. Throws like a catcher. Has an outstanding pound ball changeup.
Boy, Bobby and Kitty said it in the 7th inning or in the top of the 8th. For them to use Falk in a tie game on the road, it tells you how big this game on July 1st really is. Jeter swings and misses.
Yeah, he pitched 2 innings of a Red Sox win earlier, and that was in Boston. But that means Terry Francona knows if he's going to leave him in there, he's going to have to pitch at least 2 innings to secure a win, because the Yankees will obviously bat in the 9th.
Think about where the Red Sox were earlier in the season and how they treated the Yankees in their games and in their sweeps. And then the Yankees finally got it going with this machine that they have over here, even with Curt Schilling. And then to have the month of June like they had, to fall 7.5 games out. If they lose tonight, it's 8.5 games out. Mentally, I mean, that just drains everything out of you.
That one is popped to shallow center. Bellhorn puts it away. 1 down.
Red Sox will leave for Atlanta after tonight's game for a 3-game series down there. Baseball finishes up the interleague play this weekend, don't they?
Yep. And this is again natural rival weekend.
Yeah.
And the reason the Red Sox play Atlanta is the Braves used to be in Boston. A little bit of a stretch, but that's the way it works out. Here's Sheffield. 0-1.
To time a guy like this, because he was talking about the unusual motion. It's a, it's a short arm type motion. And he hides the ball from you. That's a changeup that has really complimented the fastball from Falk.
Sheffield 3 for 4 lifetime against Falk.
You like to get that arm out away from you from a hitter from the pitcher standpoint so that you can follow and track the arm and in the release point.
And that's a weak hack there by Gary Sheffield, but he foul tipped the ball. Varitek was trying to sell that he did not foul tip it, and now Terry Francona comes out. He'll talk with Jim Wolf.
Sure didn't look like it. Sure didn't look like there was any contact, but Gary evidently sold it to Jim Wolf. There's what Bobby's talking about. That hand, it never gets below the belt. Comes out of the glove right up behind his ear, and so that the hitter never gets a very clear look at it. And then with that outstanding palm ball, that's why he's so difficult to hit.
Loops it into shallow center, and Bellhorn right there, same spot as Jeter, 2 away. Take a look at the Yankees in-game box score, which is sponsored by your Tri-State Lincoln Mercury dealer. Yankees have just 4 hits. Derek Jeter picked up a single. Jorge Posada with an upper deck home run also walked and scored. And Tony Clark with a 2-run home run into the right field bleachers. Enrique Wilson picked up a broken bat single. That's it. Yankees have 3 runs on those 4 hits. Here's Alex Rodriguez, 4 for 21 with a home run against Folk. Count 1-0. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning at Yankee Stadium. Yankees 3 and the Red Sox 3. Yankees looking to sweep Boston. Boston looking to salvage the final game of the set. And there's a strike from Folk. 1-1. Along with Jim Cott and Bobby Mercer, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball on the Yes Network. You're also watching Mariano Rivera warm up. Yankees 3 and the Red Sox 3. Another strike in the count, 1-2. Ground ball back to Folk, and that'll do it. So the Boston closer works a 1-2-3 inning in the 8th. We go to the 9th. It's all tied up. 3-3 Yankees Red Sox. New York Yankees baseball is being brought to you in part by Jeep. Trail rated capability only in a Jeep 4x4. By Samsung. Excellence is within everything we create. And by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Kevin Millar leads off against Tom Gordon. A high fly ball in deep left field. And that's a foul ball.
Well, you talk about a hitter going up there and say, I'm going to guess and I'm going to cheat from a legal standpoint. That's what Kevin Millar did. He said, I'm going to be ready for Gordon's best fastball and get the bat head out. And he did.
Millar is 2 for 9 lifetime against Gordon. Hit deep to left field, but Matsui runs it down. 1 away. Tomorrow night at 6:30 on Yes, the Yankees kick off round 2 of the Subway Series when they take on the Mets at Shea. Complete coverage begins at 6:30 with Fred Hickman and the Tri-State Quality Ford pregame. Then join Jim Cott, Bobby Mercer, and me as we call all the action beginning at 7 when the Yankees take on the Mets, only on Yes. Bobby, I know you're looking forward to going back to Shea.
Absolutely. One of my favorite places.
Here's David McCarty against Tom Gordon. Big, healthy cut, 0-1.
Always look forward to the Mets of the Yankees, though, and they hook it up. One of the great thrills of my career was being over there when the Yankees and the Mets duked it out in that Subway Series in 2000.
Yankees won that one in 5 games. The 0-1 foul back. Last weekend Subway Series, Yankees took 2 out of 3 here at Yankee Stadium. McCarty 1 for 2 with a walk, a stolen base, and a run scored. The 0-2 foul back. Kevin Youkilis is on deck.
lot of hitters, you know, you get into these situations late in the game with the score tied. You kind of come out of your element a little bit because your thinking is, well, if I can just get that one pitch where I can hit it out of the ballpark, it would win the ball game.
That one is hit deep to center field. Lofton has room, though. Now comes in a bit. 2 down.
You get into that mindset, you go up there and you overswing it most of the time, and you get to pulling off the ball, and the ball you should have been driving someplace, you hit it off the end of the bat.
It's almost that extra inning mindset.
Yeah. They don't get paid for double time. I mean, for overtime in baseball. So all those hitters that go up there late in the game with the score tied, they want to end it. Get this thing over with.
Gordon will deal to Kevin Youkilis. There's a strike.
If he were to get on, there's no sign of Nomar stirring in the dugout. Pookie Reese on deck. We wondered whether Terry Francona could use him at least to pinch hit. Doesn't appear that way.
Line drive caught by Jeter. Yankees flashing the leather. Red Sox go down in order 1, 2, 3. A hot shot by Youkilis, but timing his lead perfectly. Jeter brings it down. Now we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Yankees have a chance to win it. Stay right here. Keep it here after the last out for the Nissan postgame with Fred Hickman, Joe Girardi, and Susan Waldman, featuring detailed analysis of tonight's game, interviews with players, plus scores and highlights from around baseball. The Nissan postgame immediately following the game right here on Yes. Yankee fans are hoping the postgame happens soon. Bottom of the 9th inning, Matsui will lead off against Keith Foulke, and this place right now is up for grabs. Line drive, base hit to center field for Matsui.
I don't know what's more electric in sports other than the Red Sox and the Yankees rivalry. And the way the fans get into these games. Matsui with this leadoff single here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Before Matsui stepped into the batter's box, everybody, the sellout crowd here, 55,000 plus, were on their feet. They're doing it again right now, along with the biggest cheerleader on this ball club, Derek Jeter.
They're looking for Bernie to bunt. He hasn't dropped one down there, and he's not a particularly good bunter. I wonder if Joe let him try to pull a pitch.
Swinging, hitting one deep to center field. Going back is Damon. He's there, and he puts it away for the first out of the inning. 1 down.
I think it got in on him just a little bit. Fastball was just in on the hands a bit, and he wasn't able to drive it. Now,
this crowd is so loud right now.
wow, look at that Boston Red Sox fan.
Here is Posada.
Nice play by Veritek. Saved the base.
Kitty, hostile place. You're on the mound. Does this affect you?
Not if you're a closer like Foulke. You can't let it. You're used to these situations.
Those good closers. They've got blinders on. They've got earplugs.
And short memories.
Drops a strike in there. Driven the other way, and it slices foul into the seats. Posada's had a perfect night. Walked and scored. An upper deck home run against his nemesis Pedro Martinez in the 5th, and then he walked in the 7th. Brad Halsey started for the Yankees, did himself proud. Went 5 1/3, left with a 3-2 lead. I think he just got a piece to stay alive.
He's swung so hard, about 3 or 4 balls came out. Once the ball started flying, Jorge got tied up inside and knocked the mask off of the umpire. Woof. And then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 balls fell out.
Yeah, it's got to be fun even for an umpire to work a game like this.
Two and two.
I don't think he'll start Matsui 2-2. Joe would love to see a full count right here. Then you're apt to see him start Matsui. Well, all you have to do is look at the jaw muscles on Trot Nixon and Tony Clark to figure out the tension level here.
The 2-2. Drilled to right field. That's going to be one hop up against the wall. Matsui's at third. Posada going for second. He's in there with a double. The Yankees are 90 feet away from winning the game.
Well, I can see why Pedro's walked Posada. These Red Sox are fearful of him, and you can't blame him. This is how Folk went at him. Low for a ball. Good pound ball. There's one pitch in this sequence, and that's how Jorge stayed alive, and it's right here. He fought that off, just got a piece of it, laid off the high fastball. Another fastball, and then got what appeared to be a pound ball high in the strike zone. And it hopped right to Millar. If it hops over his head there, the Yankees are going to score the winning run, and Millar played it well.
The Red Sox have to bring the infield in for Tony Clark. They will intentionally walk Tony Clark to load the bases and pitch to Enrique Wilson. Will Wilson bat? The Yankees have Ruben Sierra on the bench.
I think he will. I think, Joe is a loyal guy. Enrique earned the second base job in spring training. Ruben's getting ready. Looks like he might. But I would think Enrique has better chance to make contact than Ruben with that long swing.
I think one of the reasons if Joe does hit Ruben, probably figures that maybe Ruben has a better chance of maybe driving the ball a little bit further to score that run from third.
And it's going to be Ruben Sierra. Bubba Crosby is going to pinch run. And he is going to pinch run for Hideki Matsui. So they want to make sure they can score even on a shallow fly ball. And Bubba Crosby is very, very fast.
Speed not as much of a factor right now for Bubba as reading the situation. I mean, you've been sitting on the bench all night. All of a sudden, there's a lot of thoughts going through your mind. Bases loaded, one out. Anything on the ground, you got to go. Look out for the line drive. Know where your outfielders are playing. And Soho is relaying all that information to him right now.
Well, the Red Sox bring the outfield in as far as they can come in and make the throw home. The infield is in. So if they go for a double play, they'll go home first because obviously the game would be over if that run scores. Sierra pinch hitting for Wilson. Game is tied at 3. Bases loaded, 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. Yankees looking to sweep the Red Sox. Up and away. No place to put Ruben Sierra. There's a strike.
Well, from a hitter standpoint, that's what you've got to do, at least until you get the first strike. If he's going to make a perfect pitch on you away, you just got to take it. Give it to him.
Bubba Crosby is the winning run. He's at third. Bases loaded. Go 1-1. Chased a high fastball, 1-2.
Tough matchup for Ruben. He's got that long swing. Tough to catch up with the fastball, and yet, you know, in the back of your mind is that outstanding palm ball. Lefty's only hitting about $180 against Folk.
Struck him out. 2 away. And that'll leave it up to Kenny Lofton.
Kind of a fine line for a hitter when you get into these situations. You know you want to try to be patient enough to get a ball that you could drive far enough to score that run from third, yet you're so anxious up there because the adrenaline is flowing, and sometimes you come out of your own element and not swing at good pitches. That's what happened to Sierra. Get over anxious.
Here's Kenny Lofton. Infield backs up, the outfield backs up, and the pitch is low. Youkilis is in on the grass at third, guarding against a 2-out bunt. This could be redemption for Kenny Lofton for that muff out in center field. That double ended up being the tying run. That's where we are right now, 3-3, bottom of the 9th. Hit sharply to second base. Fielded there by Bellhorn. Fires low, but it's scooped up by McCarty, and we will go to extra innings. So the Yankees had a chance to win the game, but Folk wiggled out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, and the bases are left loaded. Bonus Cantos, extra innings coming up. Well, that says it all. Joe Torre in an extra inning game. You will not get a save situation at home, so he brings in Mariano Rivera to pitch the 10th.
Little advantage for the Yankees right here. Mariano could pitch 2 innings. Folk has already pitched 2, and he has not gone more than 2 in 2 years. Mike Timlin warming up in the Red Sox bullpen right now, and especially after that kind of an inning that Folk had. Manager looks at his closer and says, I can't just look at tonight. I got to look at the weekend also. And he got what he wanted out of him for 2 innings. There you see Mariano's numbers. Little more than a base runner per inning, 42 base runners. What a job by Folk. I mean, you look at the expression on his face, and you were saying, are short relievers intimidated by this hostile crowd? They're short relievers for a reason, because they don't let that affect them.
Some changes defensively for the Yankees. Ruben Sierra stays in left field, or stays in the game and plays left. Remember, Bubba Crosby had pinch run for Matsui, and now Bubba Crosby stays in center field, replacing Kenny Lofton. And there's a new second baseman because Sierra had pinch hit for Enrique Wilson. It's Miguel Cairo. So we're all set. Pokey Reese digs in. And Rivera deals. Pitch is high. Last night, Rivera came on, pick up the save. He struck out the side in the 9th inning. Red Sox record in extra innings is 3-3. The Yankees have played 5 extra inning games. They've won 2.
Last night's game, Mariano threw those first 3 batters. He only threw 2 balls. And that sequence of pitches to those 3 hitters.
Two 1. 3-1. If you're the Yankees, you have to guard against a little bit of a letdown because the crowd was so electric there in the bottom of the 9th inning. You had a chance to win it. You didn't do it. Now you got to regroup. There's a strike. Three-two. Strike him out. 1 away.
You know what a feeling it must be when you're a teammate of Mariano Rivera and he comes into the game. How confident that you can be and should be. Fell behind Pokey Reese. 2 balls and no strikes. Came back to strike him out. That's a little cutter there. Could have been out of the strike zone. I mean, that was borderline, but with 2 strikes on you, you'll have to get the hitter to chase it.
It was Johnny Damon. Weak hack, 0-1.
Struck out the side for the first time in more than 2 years last night. Strikes out the first hitter in the inning today. And he's fresh. He hasn't pitched that much lately.
When he pitched yesterday, he had 6 days rest. One. Slow roller to second. Cairo gets tested right away. 2 down.
Yeah, I think so, Kenny. That's a broken bat, isn't it?
Yeah. One of these days, I'm going to get up enough courage and I'm going to get a double flap helmet. And I want to just stand in there and let Mo throw that cutter. You know, you hear hitters say that they've heard about it, but until you get in the batter's box and see that thing coming and then on your hands.
Well, you let me know when you do it. I want to be there to see it.
Yeah. Nomar hasn't moved much.
Along with Jim Cotton, Bobby Mercer, on Michael Kay. You're watching a good one on Yes. A 3-3 game here in the top of the 10th inning. Clock in left center field tells you what time it is and what inning it is as well. 10.
And we're in the 10th.
That's right. The 0-1. 0-2. Strike 3. Bellhorn down looking. An impressive 10th inning from Mariano Rivera. The Red Sox go down in order. We go to the bottom of the 10th. It's 3-3.
Mike Timlin comes on. He didn't get much support from his teammates last night. He too has had a good year for the Red Sox. Not quite the power pitcher as Pedro or Folk. And boy, that epic battle last night with Gary Sheffield, where he just refused to throw any kind of an off-speed pitch, and Sheffield on the 12th pitch. Was it 12th or 10th? 10th pitch got a base hit. So he's right back in there again tonight.
And Sheffield's on deck. Now the Red Sox, for the first time in this series, have played a clean game defensively. They have not committed an error. And now Timlin will face Jeter, Sheffield, and A-Rod here in the bottom of the 10th inning as the Yankees try to push across the winning run. Left field, center field, and Sheffield. Well, no defense for Sheffield in this inning. They want offense.
We're talking about the clean defense that they played tonight. Through the 76 games, the Sox have made 2 or more errors 21 times, including 7 games with 3 of those errors.
They've allowed 60 unearned runs to score. Last year, they allowed 80 all season. Jeter's 1 for 9 against Timlin lifetime. And he will lead it off here in the bottom of the 10th. 3-3 game. Thinking about bunting and takes a strike on the inside corner. Count 0-2.
See him setting up with an inside target, and that's been the book on Derek since he came up. However, this year we have seen him turn some of those inside pitches around. I think he's a stronger hitter right now. He's able to keep his hands back, and he doesn't give you one of those long arm, one arm swings. He's got a tremendous amount of body rotation on those inside pitches.
The 0-2. Low, 1-2.
Derek's not one of those classic hitters that keeps, and really loads up with those hands. But the hands, when they start to come forward, he has the tendency, to move out in front anyway with his weight. And when the weight goes out there, so do the hands, because he stands away from the plate, looks for the ball out over the plate to hit it to the opposite field.
2-2. Sheffield awaits on deck. He has worked the count full. Off the foot of Jeter. Red Sox have Alan Embry up. Left-hander. Matsui is no longer in the game. Lefty swinging Bubba Crosby would be the 4th hitter up in this inning. Then you have 3 switch hitters in a row. 4 switch hitters in a row. Jeter's on first.
Boy, low and away is a thing of the past, isn't it? With 2 strikes, I mean, they want to pound that ball in. And Timlin, he didn't want to make a mistake on the inside half of the plate for a strike, so you overcompensate.
The pitch before that, they tried to get inside on a 3-2 pitch.
Strangely, since the warning when Pedro Martinez hit Sheffield, each team has hit a batter, but the umpires are smart enough to know that's just in the course of the game.
Not intentional.
So here is Sheffield, who had that classic at bat against Timlin last night, where he doubled in the eventual winning run.
Well, and it helps Gary Sheffield here again to have a base runner, because last night with a man on third, I think Timlin, and with Mirabelli behind the plate, I mean, Doug's a good catcher, but they were hesitant to throw anything down in the dirt and allow the winning run to score that way, or the lead run. Same way here to keep Jeter from advancing.
Hit sharply to third. Let's see if they can get 2. There's 1. And there's 2, and around the horn, 5-4-3 double play.
Well, they had him positioned perfectly. Actually, it's a similar pitch to what Gary hit last night. It was down, but Bellhorn, of course, had to play in with a man on third. Euclid's playing near the line. And an easy double play.
Here's A-Rod, 3 for 9 lifetime against Timlin with 1 home run. There's a strike. This year, A-Rod against a team he was almost a part of, the Red Sox, is 8 for 39 with 1 home run, hitting .205. Line drive down the left field line. That's a base hit. It's going to be extra bases into the corner. And Alex Rodriguez on second with a double, and boy, does that double play loom large.
Well, they tried to again, Kitty. They tried to get in on a right-handed hitter. Alex with those quick hands this time makes Timlin pay for it. Sheffield just swung on top of the ball like he always does. He likes to chop down on the ball, and he hit it into the ground. Alex got this an airborne.
Now Francona comes out, and he is going to relieve Timlin with the left-hander Embry to match up against Bubba Crosby. Remember, Bubba Crosby pinch ran for Matsui. That's why Matsui is not coming up next. So he only gets 2/3 of an inning out of Timlin. And when you're in extra innings, you have to think in terms of some length. But he's thinking in terms of, I've got to shut down Bubba Crosby right now.
And the fact that the Red Sox are short a man out there because Williamson isn't available.
Well, Embry is at the mound. He'll begin his warm-ups. You want to be here for the matchup. Embry against Crosby. Just a moment. Alex Rodriguez is the winning run at second base. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. The Yankees and the Red Sox are tied at 3. Red Sox go to the left-hander Alan Embry.
Yeah, you see what he's done in 36 games. Only 29 innings, so he's specialty situations. Now, Bobby, when you go up with a man in scoring position, chance to win the game, most of the time the manager says swing the bat. But with Bernie Williams on deck and Crosby not playing a lot against left-handers, it wouldn't surprise me if he tried to drop down a bunt, and I don't know that that would be a bad play if he does.
Crosby's 1 for 13 this year against lefties, 6 for 20 against righties. A chance to be a hero. And the pitch. Outside. With runners in scoring position this year, Crosby is 4 for 9 with 2 home runs.
All I know is that Don Mattingly has nothing but praise for Crosby and the kind of hitter that he thinks he's going to turn out to be. Crosby has shown that he is a battler up there, whether it's a lefty or a righty.
1-1.
So I gather from your silence you would not think that a bunt right here would be a good play. You want to see him swing the bat.
I would rather him swing the bat. I figure you're going to get one pretty good pitch off the left, and I always figured that being a left-handed hitter and a left-handed pitcher comes in to face you, they always feel like that they got a little bit of the upper hand on you in the first place. I think you get better pitches off of left-handed pitchers than you do off of right-handed. The right-handers are a little bit more careful with you.
One. Buzzed him.
This next pitch should be a pretty good pitch for Crosby to hit. Embry tried to get up and in on it, thinking maybe he would swing at that.
Yeah, you can kind of play Pepper with second base right here with the bag, not the player. Just say, hey, 2-1, doesn't want to walk him to get to Bernie. Here comes a fastball, try to take it up the middle.
Everybody up behind Crosby are all switch hitters, so they're right-handers coming up.
A-Rod steals third. That's his 18th stolen base.
Only a good play if you can make it without a throw, and he could tell easily they were paying no attention to him. He made that no chance for Varitek to even attempt to throw.
Yeah. A-Rod's got pretty good speed. I don't like that for this simple reason. I think it distracts the hitter when the runner takes off like that.
3-1. He walked him. So they bring in Embry to get out the young left-handed hitter, and he walks him, and that brings up Bernie Williams with a chance to win it.
Well, I don't care if you're Grady Little or Terry Francona. It's tough to do things right as a Boston manager. You take Pedro out last year. Last night they left Wake. They took him out. Everybody's saying he should have left him in.
Here's Bernie Williams. He has been through many, many Yankee-Red Sox wars. Against Embry, 2 for 15. Both of those hits left the ballpark. 2 home runs. Crosby goes and the pitch is up and in. So Crosby takes second, and the reason he did that, it takes away a force. That's the only thing it does. That run means nothing.
Johnny Damon said today, you know, the curse of the babe always follows this Red Sox-Yankee rivalry. But he said today, he said, I don't know. Every time we play the Yankees, something unusual always happens. He said, I don't know if there's ghosts around here or not.
The 1-0. Line drive right at Youkilis, and that'll do it for the Yankees here in the bottom of the 10th. So for the Yankees, no runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Bernie hit it fairly hard, but right at the third baseman, Youkilis. We played 10 at the stadium. Yankees 3, Red Sox 3. Let's go to the 11th. Ball fans, the 58th annual Old Timers Day presented by Fujifilm is Saturday, July 10th. The Yankees ask that fans with tickets to the game arrive early, as the Old Timers Day ceremonies will start promptly at 2 p.m. The Yankees against the Devil Rays game will follow at 4:05. Again, that's Old Timers Day presented by Fujifilm on July 10th at 2 p.m. And Bobby Mercer will be playing in that game, and he has a new batting coach in Alex Rodriguez.
I do have a new batting coach, and I've been working with my psychologist now for the last 7 days, so I'm preparing.
Those are the 7 days you're admitting.
Can you tell?
You seem very balanced. We go to the 11th inning. Mariano Rivera will stay in for a second inning of work, and he faces the heart of the order: Ortiz, Ramirez, and Varitek. He worked a 1-2-3 10th. And there's the cutter for a strike. Last night and tonight he's faced 6 Red Sox batters, and he has struck out 5.
Well, you can tell when Mo's got that cutter working, you can just see what it does to a hitter's mind. In that case, David Ortiz saying, I got to get out in front. I got to be ready for it. And then when it's in there, if you don't want to break your bat, the only thing you do is pull it foul.
Moves him off the plate to count 1-2.
Ortiz has got some presence at home plate. I mean, he just exudes confidence every time he walks in that area.
Manny Ramirez on deck. 1-2. Upstairs 2-2.
Looked like they took 2 shots with the high fastball. And one of the things that Mo can do now, not only the cutter inside, he can backdoor it.
2-2.
Could be another bat.
He's going to make sure he's getting it out quickly enough so he's not going to break his bat, but then you can't keep it fair.
Ortiz 4 for 9 lifetime against Rivera.
Well, these hitters, they've tried just about everything off of Rivera. You know, move up in front of the box to try to maybe get the cutter before it cuts too much. Move back in the box, you know, to try to lay off of it in case it's a ball. None of it has worked. They haven't figured it out yet. The formula's still out there.
He might be in Cooperstown before they figure it out.
Really?
Two. So Ortiz down 0-2 has worked the count full. And the pitch. Reaches out and taps it through the left side of the infield for a base hit. Nice piece of hitting by David Ortiz, who is now 5 for 10 lifetime against Rivera.
Well, we were talking about the confidence that Ortiz and the presence that he has at home plate. That's a pretty good pitch. That's right on the outside part of the plate. He just kind of slaps it into the opposite field. After all those cutters inside, he'd been pulling over towards the Yankee dugout. Pretty good control with your bat and your hands.
That'll bring up Manny Ramirez. Yankees don't have to worry about a bunt. Not with Ramirez up. One of the best hitters in the game. And he loops one into right center field. That's a base hit. Ortiz will round second. He'll go to third. The throw from Bubba Crosby is not in time. And it got past A-Rod, and that allows Manny Ramirez to go to second. So the Red Sox are now set up, second and third, and nobody out.
Like you said, one of the best hitters in the game. Bubba comes up, makes a strong throw. But Alex a little shielded by the head-first slide. Mo right there to knock it down. It does allow Manny to advance to second base, and now Terry Francona will go to his bench and get a little more speed.
Well, they are going to say that Manny goes into second on an E8 because the throw got away from A-Rod. They're also going to bring in a pinch runner for Ortiz. It's going to be Kapler. And Mel Stoudemire has a little talk with Mariano, and that conference has been broken up. So we're in the 11th inning. Runners on second and third, nobody out. And the Yankees have to bring the infield in with Jason Varitek at the plate. But the Yankees are going to intentionally walk Varitek to set up the force at all the bases.
I'll tell you, we talked about the sellout crowds, and when that hit went into center field, I didn't realize how many Red Sox fans are actually here. There were a lot of people on their feet applauding that. So they've got a pretty good following in this house as well.
Well, the Yankees had the same situation in the 9th inning. They had the bases loaded and one out. But Ruben Sierra struck out, pinch hitting for Wilson. Kenny Lofton grounded to second, and that forced extra innings. Now, the Red Sox had this situation in the 7th inning last night. Bases loaded, nobody out, and they didn't score. So the bases loaded now for the Red Sox, and that'll bring up Kevin Millar.
This would be some gritty, gutty win for the Red Sox, because a little bit of a firestorm before the game with Nomar Garcia-Parra not playing. And then to be down 3 and come back like that, and Folk getting out of that bases loaded situation. This would be exactly what they're looking for, a little lift.
Yankees have to bring the infield in. Pitch is inside, 1-0. There's a strike on the inside corner. It's 1-1.
Right-handers have always had a little bit more success of putting the good part of the bat on that cutter from Mariano because the ball moving away from them and the big part of the bat extending out in front of the strike zone.
Grounded to third. Nice play by A-Rod. He comes home. They got him. And they might have a triple play. They get a triple play to get out of the jam. Oh, what a play. And now they're saying that A-Rod did not step on third.
Oh, he tagged third. He did tag third. That made Manny out on the force, and then the throw at home. So it's a double play. And and Alex says, yes, you're right. Yeah. See, he touched the bag, so Manny's out. Then he threw and got now they went back. You can't get the same guy out twice unless they change the rules. Some play by Alex. See, right there, his foot's on the bag, so there's the force out. And you got to tag Kapler. Posada did a nice job of making the tag and protecting the ball. Boy, and that was some play by Alex. I mean, that was not an easy hop.
Check the throw from the knees.
Yeah, and how about the throw and not hit the runner?
Not hit the runner.
Remarkable play.
There's David McCarty now, first and second, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. They fooled everybody. They fooled the Yankees. They fooled me. They fooled the fans. Everybody thought it was an inning-ending triple play. Getting loud in here. They're trying to get Ruben Sierra's attention, move him in left field.
Ruben's been out there in Monument Park. They want to get him in just a little closer in the infield. He's going back anyway.
Bob, there's a little patch out in left field that's a little bit worn, you know, where everybody stands.
And Ruben is right where he wants to be. Perfectly placed, and Mariano works out of a bases-loaded, nobody out jam thanks to a brilliant play by Alex Rodriguez. Unbelievable. Millar hits a ground ball at third. A diving stop. A-Rod touches the bag with the left foot. A perfect throw home. We go to the bottom of the 11th. What a game. You know, you really can't say enough about the play that Alex Rodriguez made. A first-year third baseman, 2-time Gold Glove winner at shortstop, and he might have saved the game with that play.
I'll tell you what, I'd give him the Gold Glove on that play alone.
Just the throw, Jim.
Really, the more you recap that play and think of all the things that could have happened, you know, the backhand stab, and then from his knee, throws the ball, and give a lot of credit to Posada. You know, right there, that's a tough hop. He had to reach behind him, and from his knee, he threw it outside the line so Posada could get a good look at it. And then there's what they thought they could sell as a triple play, but it was some kind of double play.
I bought it. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning.
I'll tell you, if the Red Sox overcome this, tip your cap to them. They have had everything possible go against them.
Most of the crowd of 55,000 plus still here at the ballpark as Posada digs in against Alan Embry. Driven down the right field line. Millar in the corner on the track. He makes the play, one away.
Nomar might be forced to play. Might at least have to hit. David Ortiz is out of the game now. So Kapler is the DH.
Well, the game goes past midnight. Well, then he'll have that day off.
There you go. Said he needed an extra day.
Here's Tony Clark. 3 for 6 lifetime against Embry. Count 1-0. What Jim said in the top of the 11th inning, what a gritty comeback win it would be for the Red Sox. You would have to think if they lost this game, it would be devastating after an inning like that.
The only thing is, from being on teams where you have some of those things happen, is you just say, well, you've hit rock bottom. Nothing's going to get any worse. And fortunately for the Red Sox, if they were to lose, they don't have to go home until Monday. They go to Atlanta for the weekend. So things are a little stirred up right now back in Boston because of the way they've played lately.
Count 2-1.
Depends on really how the clubhouse makeup is, the players. They have to overcome adversity a lot of times throughout 162 games. The season's not even at the halfway mark. We're closing in on the halfway mark, but not even at the halfway mark. But being swept here, 8.5 games out, if that's what happened, mentally it won't be good.
Popped up, sky high, right side. McCarty to away. And that'll bring up Ruben Sierra, who wants to atone for his pinch hitting appearance in the 9th inning. They sent him up the pinch hit with the bases loaded and 1 out, and Enrique Wilson in place of Enrique Wilson, and Ruben swung at 2 pitches over his head to strike out. He's 2 for 9 with a home run lifetime against Embry.
See Ruben pull that front foot away. He's just hoping he can get something on the inside half of the plate early in the count.
Popped up, shallow right. Coming on is Millar, and he puts it away for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning here in the 11th. So the Red Sox rebound emotionally after that disappointing top of the 11th inning, retire the Yankees in order. We go to the 12th. It's 3-3. Well, the Yankees certainly could not have Mariano Rivera pitch a 3rd inning, especially the stressful 2nd inning that he pitched, so they turn it over to Tanyan Sturtz here in the 12th.
8 games as a Yankee, and the numbers not overly impressive. More than a hit per inning, not exceptional control. Does have 19 strikeouts. Tanyan has good stuff, and as Mel Stottlemyre has been trying to encourage him and prod him to do, is trust your stuff and throw it in the strike zone. Tanyan has a tendency to want to throw the ball like he wants to miss the bat, and he ends up with deep counts and walking people.
Nomar Garciaparra watching this one from the bench, not in the starting lineup after playing the first 2 games of the series, recovering from a bad Achilles. So he hovers on the bench. You don't know if he can be used. Jason Giambi feeling weak, battling a virus and a parasite. In all likelihood, he cannot be used. He's feeling very weak. Can't really generate any bat speed, but he's still here in the 12th inning watching. So Tanyan Sturtz against Kevin Youkilis starting off the 12th. 3-3 game. There's a strike from Sturtz.
I haven't seen Giambi take batting practice the last couple of days. He may be down in the batting cage, you know, just working in that area, but he hasn't taken any batting practice on the field.
Check the swing. No, he did not, said Tim McClellan. Said he went around the count 0-2. No changes in the Red Sox order. No, well, they haven't even crossed out Ortiz yet. I guess they thought the game was over. They haven't crossed out Ortiz.
I don't blame them. Everybody else did either. Maybe they'd get by with using him again.
Yeah, Kapler should be in that number 3 hole. Well, in fact, it's crossed out in the Red Sox dugout. There he is. Grounded foul. Youkilis tonight is 1 for 3. Robbed of another hit by a leaping Derek Jeter. That was in the 9th inning. A little bit high.
This guy's proved to be a good young hitter just in the brief time he's in the Red Sox organization. Michael mentioned earlier he takes a lot of pitches, gets pitchers deep in the guy. He's got a 300 career average. Papa Jack, their hitting coach, looking on.
Of course, they're missing Bill Miller at third base, the batting champion last year. He played about 3 or 4 rehab starts down in or up in Pawtucket, trying to make his way back.
They're hoping to get him back tomorrow against Atlanta. So Sturtz was up 0-2 in the count, or ahead in the count, and now Youkilis has worked the count to 3-2, and that's what Youkilis does for a young hitter. Very, very patient. 3-2. He walked him.
Boy, and that's huge for the Red Sox, because the one thing they'd like to be able to do with Pokey Reese is have him bunt. He's about the only guy, and that's what they can do right here.
Crespo is going to pinch run now for Kevin Youkilis, so they get some speed.
Good at bat for a rookie hitter. Falling down 0-2, taking pitches like that.
Pokey Reese should be bunting. Red Sox have had 6 sacrifice bunts this year. 4 of them have been by Reese and 2 by pitchers. Now 1-0.
That's the fewest sacrifice bunts in the American League. The theory is you just don't like to give up an out.
But the theory should be, particularly in games like this, is you want to advance a base.
Yeah.
Want to get a runner into scoring position.
Cesar Crespo is increasing his lead, that time a little bit closer than the previous. And Reese will not bunt unless the ball is thrown over the strike zone. And Alex Rodriguez probably telling Tanyan Sturtz, let him bunt it, get the out.
Well, I'm sure Tanyan's trying, but this has just been one of his problems, inability to throw strikes.
And he always seems to struggle a little bit more in his first inning when he comes out of the bullpen. Then he settles down and looks a lot better. But when you're in the 12th inning, you can't afford that. And that one is bunted to first base. Grabbed there by Tony Clark, so the sacrifice is successful. You score at 3-4 as Crespo moves into scoring position.
That was bunted pretty hard and in the air. Crespo had to hesitate just a second to make sure Clark didn't catch that ball in the air and turn it into a double play. I think if Clark had turned around and thrown to second base, they may have forced him.
Yeah, it was the added speed that the Red Sox got helped him there, and it was a quick decision Tony had to make, whether to play it fair or see if it wouldn't slice foul.
Here's Johnny Damon. Mark Bellhorn is on deck. Damon was hit by the pitch in the 7th inning. Ortiz, just a spectator, has moved it for a pinch runner. Count 1-1.
Veteran Curtis Leskanik, they just picked him up a couple of weeks ago. It's like he'll get the assignment in the 12th.
Canyon Sturtz, the 6th Yankee pitcher, 5th out of the bullpen used tonight. And it's lonely out in the bullpen right now. You've got Brett Prinz out there. Damon has had good success against Sturtz.
Might be why they're staying away with first base open.
That'll break a bat.
Well,
Knock Mike Timlin off the
Timlin.
step.
Talk about knocking a pitcher out of the game.
Not too long ago, those screens weren't there. We're in the top of the 12th inning. Yankees and the Red Sox are tied at 3. Red Sox trying to salvage the final game of the 3-game set. He taps it to left field. Coming on is Sierra. He's going to have to play the ball on a hop. Ruben hesitated and almost lost.
Catchable ball. I know he's in there because he's a hitter, but I think had he just kept on coming, he would have easily been able to catch that waist high.
And once you commit yourself to coming in, you need to just keep on coming in because you get caught in between a lot of times. He just figured he couldn't make it, so he stopped and kept it in front of him.
So now with runners on first and third, still one out, Mark Bellhorn comes to the plate. Matsui got pinch run for in the 9th inning. That's why he's on the bench, and Ruben Sierra's in left. If you just joined us, there's just too much to recap. You've missed a great game to this point.
Susan and Fred will do it.
And Joe Girardi.
Yeah.
All three on the post-game show. Popped up. Cairo. 2 away. Well, now Chuck Nixon is going to pinch hit for Gabe Kapler. And boy, they have to pitch to Nixon, obviously, because you got Manny Ramirez on deck. But Nixon's numbers against Sturtz, they're just sick. 15 for 35.
Throw it underhand. Take a chance.
Yeah.
Nothing else works. But you're right. You're just in a situation with Tanyan Sturtz. You got to trust your stuff and go at him. You'd rather make Nixon, who has not been 100% and has been on the bench all night, you'd rather make him beat you than allow Manny Ramirez to come up.
Well, Manny Ramirez has had some success against Sturtz as well. 13 for 35 and 7 of the 13 home runs.
Always good for the pitchers not to read those matchups.
And the pitch to Nixon is a strike.
Nixon didn't start tonight because he's got soreness in his quad. Right quad.
Started the season on the DL with a bad back. Johnny Damon's going, and the pitch is a strike. The Yankees let him steal second base.
Well, the kind of numbers that Nixon has against Tanyan Sturtz, forget about that runner at second. You got to get the hitter.
Nice block by Posada. That saves a run.
there ever was a spot for Nomar Garcia Parra, you thought maybe it would have been when Bellhorn was up there with runners at first and third and only one out.
One-two. He loops that to left field. Going to be a tough play. Jeter on the run, makes the play.
Whoa.
And flies into the stands. Oh, what a play by Derek Jeter.
Wow.
Wow, Jeter really banged himself up.
Wow.
I think he caught you could see the redness in his face. He caught the bar of that Bach. What a play.
Oh, my goodness.
His
Talk
whole
about
face
giving up
is
your
straight.
body for an
Wow.
out.
You're never going to see a play like that. Any better play. My, oh, my.
See the blood on his jersey, I believe.
What a play by Derek Jeter. My, oh, my.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching an incredible baseball game. That was an unbelievable give up your body play. Mom and Dad are obviously concerned.
That was a play that he didn't care what happened. He had to catch that baseball down the left field line.
Yeah, you can see the swelling already on the cheekbone as those box seats down there with the metal railing or the back of a chair, I guess. And I mean, Derek, when he caught he had to know that was going to happen. I mean, it's just full tilt. There's no way you could stop.
He had to hit one of the chairs.
Yeah, on his way down.
One of the chairs handles or something like that. No way he could stop you. Wow. That's just all out. Pure hustle, pure guts. And I got to make the play. Nothing else matters.
Oh, my goodness. Let's take a look at it in real speed. Yankees just don't look like they want to lose this game.
Neither do the Red Sox. Wow. This is some heavyweight fight.
Look at that. Jorge Posada ran from behind home plate all the way down the left field line to see how his buddy was. Couple of defensive changes for the Red Sox. Bellhorn moves from second to third. Yeah, this is a full moon game. And Cesar Crespo takes over at second base. And also a new pitcher, right-hander Curtis Leskanik. Let's move to the bottom of the 12th inning. It's a 3-3 game. Miguel Cairo will lead off. And then Jeter's due up. There's nobody on the on-deck circle. And the Yankees only have two people on the bench, John Flaherty and Jason Giambi.
Joe talking it over with Willie Randolph. You know, you don't know how deep that cut was on the chin, the one that Gene Monahan was trying to put the pressure on. I can guarantee you that with Derek Jeter back in there, if they turn him loose, he'll be out here hitting.
Well, Willie's probably checking on Jeter. No, they're going to have Giambi hit. That one is drilled to left center field. That's going to be trouble. That ball is one hop up against the wall. Cairo's going for three. Here's the throw. He slides in there. Triple the lead off the 12th.
Do you believe this game?
You say it's relentless.
Johnny Damon slips. That's what allowed him to get to third.
Well, the Yankees, because Derek Jeter got hurt on the catch to end the top of the 12th, he cannot obviously hit at this point, so they have to send up Jason Giambi, who has been out of the lineup, not on the DL, but out of the lineup because of a virus and a parasite that has sapped him of strength. He is slowly regaining that strength, obviously not 100%, otherwise he would have been in the lineup today, and he is going to pinch hit for Derek Jeter.
Another look at that Jeter play, the one that saved the game for the Yankees. As he caught the ball at full speed, couldn't stop. Hit the railing. I'm suspecting that he hit the probably the corner of one of the chairs that down there you can see he's bleeding from the chin and also just underneath the right eye. In a moment you'll see Gene Monahan put a compress up there around the chin where it was bleeding pretty good. So
now it looks like the Red Sox are going to do a little something unusual here. They're going to play a 5-man infield. First time I think that was done is when the Mets did it against Frank Robinson. So they might. The problem, Terry Francona, is if you go ahead and load the bases, and apparently they're not going to do that.
Two outfielders, Johnny Damon in right center, Manny Ramirez in left center.
I thought they'd go ahead and load the bases, make that force play.
Well, you know what? I think they don't trust
is,
Leskanic to throw strikes with the bases loaded.
Well, that or they figure that Giambi, he hasn't been feeling well, and maybe they'll take a shot with Giambi. Get one out and then load the bases and play for a double play.
Last at bat for Giambi was on Saturday, and he has won for his last 14. Leskanic overthrows 1-0.
Well, what a situation you put yourself in. You got a parasite that you've been battling. You've been weak. And Giambi said, I was wondering why in the world I wasn't able to get around on that 85-mile-an-hour fastball. The parasite has sapped his strength.
The 1-0. Weak hack there in the count, 1-1. On deck is Gary Sheffield. The fifth infielder is Kevin Millar, who's moved in from right field to play third. The 1-1. 1-2. The Yankees need to end it right here because pinch hitting for Jeter, we told you they have on the bench, is John Flaherty. It's going to be very difficult to match up defensively. They'll have to deal with it if they don't score here, but obviously they don't want to deal with it.
Sheffield's played third base before.
A-Rod.
So he could play an infield position.
Shortstop.
Yeah, A-Rod has played some shortstop.
Yeah, he played there before.
The 1-2. He struck him out. One away. That's a big out for the Red Sox.
Yeah, now will he pitch to Gary Sheffield? Even with the MVP coming on deck, the way Sheffield has burned him.
I don't know. If you're playing the percentages, you'd walk the bases loaded, play for a double play, and especially the force play. That way you get rid of Sheffield and Alex Rodriguez, but you got to.
Well, wouldn't you at least walk Sheffield to set up the double play?
I would.
I would too.
But, Terry, mate, they got to get Millar a first baseman's glove now. They're switching guys all over the place. Or they got to get McCarty an infield. Yeah. Bubba Crosby, he's in the spot behind A-Rod, right?
Mm-hmm. Sheffield is 2 for 14 lifetime against Leskanic.
I wouldn't care if he's 0 for 16.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that they're going to do that. They got the infield coming in, so they're going to pitch to him.
A-Rod is 2 for 5 in a home run against Leskanic. Couldn't get out of the way. That's the second time Sheffield has been hit. Remember, his shoulder has been bothering him, and he got hit right on that shoulder. Now Joe Torre's going to come out and say, hey, I thought you issued a warning.
Right.
Now 2 of my guys have been hit.
Yeah. He'd force him to bring a new pitcher out of the bullpen.
Now they're going to, while Joe Torre is talking to Wolf, they're changing some more gloves. Now Millar goes back and gets an outfielder's glove.
Think this game will be on Yankee Classic tomorrow?
I think tomorrow.
Wow.
More glove switching. Now McCarty gets back his first baseman's mitt. So they'll go back to the conventional 3-man outfield, 4-man infield with A-Rod at the plate.
Well, now see whether they walk A-Rod and put the heat on Bubba Crosby.
You got to do that because Crosby, I mean, A-Rod, most valuable player. I mean, you got to pitch to the rookie.
And they will intentionally walk A-Rod and pitch to the rookie.
Well, it's the same as if they'd walked Sheffield, walked A-Rod, but they still, Curtis Laskanik still has to throw strikes with the bases loaded and 1 out. And I'm telling you, in front of this crowd, his first experience with the Yankee Red Sox, he's been in Kansas City. This is a week's worth of people there. And I know he's a veteran, but it is not an easy task right now for him just to throw strikes.
Well, at the beginning of the night, the Yankees were hoping that a rookie could keep them in a game. Now they're looking for a rookie to win a game. Brad Halsey did his job. Now Bubba Crosby has to do his. More glove switching. David McCarty will get an infielder's mitt.
Too bad.
And Kevin Millar will get another first baseman's mitt.
Too bad they aren't playing this game 50 years ago.
Yeah,
the guys left their gloves on the field. Then you just reach her out, pick one up.
Pick one up.
Boy, if you're not loving this, Red Sox Yankee fan, this is great.
Well, you look, even as bad as the Red Sox have been going, you see Derek Lowe and Doug Mirabelli enjoying it.
Now they're back to that 5-man infield with 2 outfielders.
Bubba Crosby digs in. Miguel Cairo's at third. Pitch is high. The Yankee captain, Derek Jeter, who made such an unbelievable play to end the top of the 12th inning, is in the trainer's room watching this right now. The game is tied at 3. We're in the bottom of the 12th. Bases loaded. Red Sox with 5 infielders, 2 outfielders. The 1-0. Popped up behind the plate, foul out of play. If you just joined us, this is the play we were talking about with Jeter. He gave up his body for the final out of the inning and could not hit here in the bottom of the 12th. He got pinch hit for by Jason Giambi. Now the Yankees with a chance to win it. 2-1. The pitch. Rocketed foul. It's 2-2. Bernie Williams awaits on deck. Every Yankee is on the railing in front of the dugout. This is not a game that you sit on the dugout bench and watch. You get close as you can. 55,265 are being treated to a classic here at the stadium. The 13th sellout of the year, but they're lucky to be here. The 2-2. It comes down to a 3-2 pitch to Bubba Crosby.
Who would you rather be here, Bubba Crosby or Curtis Leskanic?
Bubba Crosby.
Well, I'll tell you
100%.
There is a lot of pressure on him not to tell you. It's just, this is unbelievable.
Why don't you sit back and listen and watch. Ground ball is short. They're going to come home. They get the force, and that's all they'll get. Jason Varitek not pleased with Miguel Cairo, who was trying to break up the double play. So now there are 2 away.
Here come the gloves. Guy's going to get sore arms in that bench throwing gloves out.
Crosby was inside and got jammed a bit. You can see Cairo kind of flipping Varitek a little bit. Try to stay on that double play so he doesn't step on the home plate area and go back to first base.
That was legitimate.
That's definitely legitimate.
And, you know, it looked like it's probably ball 4, but you can't fault Bubba Crosby. How are you going to take a close pitch in that situation?
I don't know.
Well, now the winning run is at third base in the person of Gary Sheffield. Bernie Williams at the plate. Swing and a miss.
Tell you, Leskanic is showing me something. I mean, not only throwing strikes, he's getting his breaking ball over. A lot of times in these situations, the pitchers say, well, I got to get ahead with a fastball. Very impressive for the kind of year he's had so far and just new to this ball club.
Oh, 2.
Joe Girardi back in the studio remembers the days when Curtis was an outstanding pitcher for the Rockies and pitched like this. Varitek, I think, out to talk to him to say, okay, it's 0-2. Trust me to block that thing if you want to throw it down there again.
I can't believe Varitek went out there and broke the momentum of Leskanic. He's just broken off 2 of the best curveballs we've seen all night long, and then all of a sudden he wants to go out and talk to him.
The 0-2. He struck him out. What a performance by Curtis Leskanic. Unbelievable. And the Yankees leave the bases loaded. No runs a hit and 3 men left. We go to the 13th. A lot of changes for the Yankees. They have to. They had to get creative defensively, and there are some moves that are a little startling. Gary Sheffield is at third base for the first time since 1993. He started his career as a third baseman. Alex Rodriguez moves to the position where he won the last 2 Gold Gloves. He's at short. Bernie Williams is no longer the DH. He's in center field. That means a Yankee pitcher has to hit. Crosby moves to left. Sierra goes from left to right. Cairo is at second. And there you have it. Tanyan Sturtz is still on the mound.
Bernie being the designated hitter, the Yankees will lose that now, and the full moon is still out.
1993, the last time he had a third baseman's mitt on. Pitch to Manny Ramirez from Sturtz is outside.
Got in one of those extra games when I was playing for the Chicago Cubs, and Jose Cardinal and I both ended up at shortstop and second base. We were outfielders. Every time, if a right-hander came up, since I had the only infield experience, according to Herman Franks at that time, if a right-hander came up, he'd move me over to shortstop. If a left-hander came up, I moved over to second. So we just kind of switched back and forth all the time.
2-0 is a strike.
I tell you, the Red Sox, you know, in this atmosphere have overcome some obstacles. Their bullpen, Folk, Timlin, Embry, now Leskanic.
Yankees have 1 more man on the bench. That's John Flaherty. That's it. They have 1 more man in the bullpen. That's Brett Prinz. That's it. So Tanyan Sturtz going to be in there for a while. Manny Ramirez has 7 home runs lifetime against Tanyan Sturtz. 13 for 35. The 2-2. Driven deep to left field. Going back is Crosby. He now has 8 home runs against Tanyan Sturtz. and the Red Sox lead 4-3. Manny's second home run of the game, his 22nd of the year.
Another look at the pitch. He left it on the inside half, and Manny recognized that.
Manny now takes over the lead in the American League with 22 home runs.
I'll tell you, as bad as things have gone for the Red Sox, I mean, it's going to be disappointing for either team to lose this game because of the way both teams have battled. But obviously the Yankees have a pretty nice cushion. But for the Red Sox to bounce back from the way they've played, and if they do pull this one out, I mean, I know wins only count one, but I think if you were to talk to those players, this is one of those wins that could lift you up for quite a while. And there's a guy's big part of it. Leskanic, he was like Felix Heredia for the Yankees last night. Another look at the home run. Looked like a breaking pitch, maybe a splitter that hung inside with 2 strikes. Manny can crush a breaking ball, and he did.
Coming right at you.
Here's Kevin Millar, and there's a strike. Some word on Derek Jeter. He suffered a lacerated chin, a bruised cheek, a bruised shoulder, and he has been taken for x-rays of that cheek. Ground ball to third, backhanded by Sheffield. He throws across the diamond, and it pulls Clark off the bag. That'll be an E5.
What can you say? You know, you get guys playing out of position.
Yeah, even though he played there before, he's accustomed to throwing it about 150, 200 feet. Yep. He kind of eased that one over there.
He eased it up, thinking he was going to, you know, protect the throw to Clark, and he pulled him off the bag.
The last time Gary played at third base, September 30th of 1993, he made 3 errors. And there's a strike. If you remember, during the winter after the Yankees signed Gary Sheffield and then Aaron Boone got hurt, and before the Yankees got Alex Rodriguez, Gary Sheffield actually volunteered that. He told Brian Cashman, the Yankee GM, I will play third if you need me to play third. And the Yankees said, no, you're our right fielder. And then they went out and they got Alex Rodriguez. Yankees have 30 come from behind wins. They'll be looking for 31 in the bottom of the 13th. The 2-1. Missed outside. 3-1. Crespo is on deck. 4-3 Red Sox lead in the top of the 13th. The 3-1. He walked him. So McCarty walks. Millar moves to second. And Mel Stoudemire is going to go out and talk with Sturtz and probably say, hey, listen, we can still win this game. Let's keep it at 4-3.
You know, at the start of the game, I mentioned that Nomar Garcia-Parra was not in the Red Sox lineup. And, of course, before the game, Terry Francona had said we're just giving him a day off. He did give Nomar the option of playing. Nomar felt he wanted an extra day. And I have not seen him real visible in that clubhouse. Or is or in that dugout, rather. And these are the kind of games when your star player hasn't been on the field and you have to go to battle without him. These are the, you know, they lift you up because you say, okay, you don't want to play, we'll win without you. Everybody else on the top step.
This could be 2. There's one, and there's two, as A-Rod turns the double play with Miguel Cairo. 4-6-3. And the Red Sox take the lead on Manny Ramirez's home run. It's been quite a game. There have been great plays, defensive gems, big hits. We go to the bottom of the 13th, 4-3 Red Sox. Well, it's been a classic game, and if the Yankees want it to be in their favor, they're going to have to come back. They've come back 30 times this year, and the Manny Ramirez home run in the top of the 13th, well, it's given the Red Sox a 4-3 lead. For the Yankees, it'll be the bottom third of the order. Posada, Clark, and Sierra against Curtis Leskanic.
Don't go anywhere. We've seen these games before, you know, when it into extra innings and you think nobody can score, and all of a sudden one team scores and the next team comes back again. So this game is far from being over with.
You know, a lot of these games you see couples come out. One's a Red Sox fan, one's a Yankee fan, and there's a little anger, there's a little hatred between the two organizations. With a game like this, even if it ends this way, I think you hug the other fan like the Red Sox been. I mean, this has just been worth the price of admission if you had to pay double. Neither team can be disappointed about this game. I think you can see the expression on some of the Red Sox faces, even when it looks like they were going to lose. They're just enjoying it.
Rounded foul for the Red Sox. It can't be a must-win because it's July 1st, but it was a very, 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 very big game for them, and they admitted as much before the game. And because of that, because the Yankees want to sweep, and because the Yankees are playing in front of a sellout crowd, there's a postseason feel to this game. There's an urgency to every single pitch.
Has been to the whole series.
Yeah.
It's really been exhilarating.
How about in April?
Amazing. Posada down on strikes. One away here in the 13th.
Mets games are going to seem like exhibition games down in Florida.
It's a Leskanic breaking ball. Take a look at it. Been a batter yet to make contact with it.
In case you haven't heard of Curtis Leskanic, and if you've heard of Ben McDonald, he was a top draft pick. They both came out of LSU, and during their draft year, Leskanic actually was more successful than McDonald. He's had a lot of talent for a long time.
Clark swings and misses. A long time ago, Tony Clark gave the Yankees a 2-0 lead with a 2-run home run off Pedro Martinez. That was in the second inning. Leskanic's really dealing.
I can't tell if that's a curveball or, we'll ask Joe Girardi. He's caught him a lot, and it looks almost like a palm ball. I think it's a curveball.
It had a little hump to it like a curveball.
Soft ground ball. Leskanic off the mound. Fields. 2 away.
But the way the hitters are swinging at it, they're really pulling off and way out in front. So whatever it is, it's got some dip to it. And this looked like a pitch that was moving away from Tony Clark.
Well, that'll leave it up to Ruben Sierra. Sierra has faced Leskanic once in his career, and in that at-bat, he hit a home run.
Joe Girardi says that is Leskanic's slider, and you don't often see. Yeah, they can smile now. I don't blame them. They've played some kind of game. You don't see a slider break down that much.
Ramirez has given the Red Sox a lead. 2 home runs in this game. And the 0-1. 1-1. Yankees looked like they were going to win it in the 12th. The leadoff triple by Cairo, and they could not get the run across. Ground ball, and it keeps the game alive. A base hit for Sierra.
But I'm sure Ruben's saying to himself right now, why couldn't I have done that with the bases loaded the last time up?
Because he had Keith Folk out there throwing that high fastball.
Cairo 2 for 4 lifetime against Leskanic. Now Giambi, who had pinch hit for Jeter in that 12th inning and struck out, obviously cannot hit because John Flaherty, the last Yankee, is on deck. Foul back.
So he's hitting in Sturt's spot.
Yes.
Which means somebody's got to start throwing out in that bullpen. Should Cairo hit a double or a triple.
And the reason Sturtz is due up next, with all the moves the Yankees made in the 12th, Bernie Williams, who was the DH, had to go out and play center field.
That's somebody. The only guy out the bullpen is Brett Prinz.
Well, the Yankees are down to their final strike. Bottom of the 13th. 1-2.
Tough pitch to take.
It's weird, but this game has been so unbelievable. It just doesn't seem like it can end this benignly. It has to be something wild. But we'll see if Cairo can do it. 1-2. Stays alive.
Well, the one advantage the Yankees have with him in the batter's box, he is one of the toughest hitters in all of baseball to strike out. Now Brett Prinz, just in case the Yankees would tie it, begins to heat up. Game like this, there's so much going on, all of a sudden you say, hey, we got to get a pitcher warmed up.
That one's driven into right center field. Giving chase is Millar. He can't get there. Sierra's going to round third. They're going to send him home. Here he comes. He scores. The Yankees have tied the game at 4. Oh, my goodness. What a game. What a game.
I told you not to go anywhere. I've seen it before. It seems like the lights have been turned out, and then the team that hasn't been able to score, all of a sudden they produce a run. And what another key hit by Yankee, Miguel Cairo. Take a look at it again with 2 strikes on him. Drills it into right center field. Millar can't pick it up, but by the time he does, Ruben Sierra will round third and come on to score the tying run here in the bottom of the 13th. Wow.
And now here is John Flaherty pinch hitting for Sturtz. And there's a strike. Flaherty 3 for 7 lifetime against Leskanic. I told you it couldn't end benignly.
Now Prince is going to have to really start to hurry up and warm up. Maybe.
Miguel Cairo tried to win it by leading off the 12th with a triple. He will not go quietly into the night with a big RBI double. The 0-1. Blocked by Varitek. Red Sox get Bronson Arroyo up in their bullpen. The 1-1. Breaking ball a little bit high. 2-1.
I think if I'm right, now that Flaherty has been used, Garcia Parra is the only player in this game that has not been used, right?
Yes.
He is the only one that has not been used in the game.
And Mirabelli. Mirabelli as well.
I'm sorry. I take that back. Doug Mirabelli.
No, this keeps. They might be coming up to the booth there, Bobby. Get you and I, Jerry Remy next door, Willie in the dugout. Have old timers game by the time it gets to the 18th.
If they keep going like this, I'm going to be a lot older than I was before the game started.
Yankees have not gotten a hit with runners in scoring position tonight. 0 for 7. Gary Sheffield is on deck as the count goes to 3-1. That one's drilled deep to left field. The Yankees will win the game. The Yankees win the game. The Yankees win the game. Miguel Cairo scores a pinch hit single for Flaherty. That's one of the greatest games you will ever see. The Yankees win 5-4 in 13 innings, and they sweep the Boston Red Sox. Oh, what a game!
I don't know what to say other than the fact that I've run out of things to say other than this is one of the greatest games that I have ever seen played here at Yankee Stadium. I thought last year in the American League Championship Series when Aaron Boone hit that home run to win it for the Yankees in Game 7 was one of the great games. I'll tell you what, this game right here has got to match up to that. Unbelievable.
The seesaw nature of this game. The ebb and flow, the emotions, down on one side, up on another, then it flip-flops. And the Yankees, exhausted but elated, win an absolutely exhilarating game.
Guys coming out of the training room to watch it.
Terry Francona said, this is not the end of the season for us, but if we lose tonight's game, it'll be devastating mentally for us when we leave New York.
And he was just thinking of a normal game.
Yeah. Wow. And the Boston bullpen did some job, but, man, this game will tear your heart out if you're a relief pitcher.
John Flaherty sat on that pitch all night long until the bottom of the 13th and comes up with the game-winning hit. Miguel Cairo comes on to win it for the Yankees. 5-4 in 13. And the Yankees sweep the Boston Red Sox here at Yankee Stadium.
They scored that a ground rule double, obviously, because it bounced into the stands. Flaherty never got to second base. I wonder if they'll count it. He just stopped right there. But once it bounces into the stands, it should be a double. But again, that's just bookkeeping.
Yeah, that's bookkeeping.
John Flaherty says you scored a game winner.
Yeah, he doesn't care how you scored other than the fact that the Yankees win it on that hit.
And Tanyan Sturtz, who was probably the least effective pitcher, ends up getting the win.
You know what? We're going to come back to wrap it up, and I have no heavenly idea how we're going to do that. But I think you're going to want to stay tuned to find out. 13 innings, Yankees win 5-4. Wow. Well, that says it all. A sweep. But we haven't said it all because we still have a post-game show to come, the Nissan post-game show. You want to hear from Joe Torre, right? I mean, he must be exhausted. Susan Waldman's still going to interview him. She's going to interview everybody. She'll talk about it. Interviews and highlights, and then Fred Hickman and Joe Girardi in the studio. You must stay tuned for the Nissan post-game show. And you also must really wonder, what's the play of the game in this game? Well, whatever it is, it's brought to you by Continental Airlines, the official airline of the New York Yankees. I know it was tough for you, Bobby. What is it?
Well, here it is. John Flaherty in the bottom of the 13th with Miguel Cairo on at second base. Here he comes And the Yankees will win it 5-4 in the bottom of the 13th. John Flaherty been sitting on the bench all night long. He comes up with the continental play of the game.
So the Yankees sweep the Red Sox. So what does that mean in the standings? Up-to-date standings. The Yankees lead the Red Sox by 9 big games in the loss column. 8.5 overall. Tampa Bay is 12 back. 16.5 back. Toronto and Baltimore is in last place. 17 games off the pace. Yankees win this one 5-4. It took 13 innings, 5-11-2 for the Yankees, 4-10-0 for the Red Sox. Sturts gets the win. Leskanic took the loss. It took 4 hours and 20 minutes, and every single minute was absolutely unbelievable. Ramirez, 4 for 6, 2 home runs. He tried to be the hero. It didn't happen. Posada, 2 for 4, a home run, and 2 runs scored. We're not done. We're not done. Was this the curse of the Bambino? Well, I'll tell you what. If this is a curse, every single game should be cursed like this. What a night in the Bronx. We have to find out who the player of the game is. Who could it be? Who could it be? Stick around and find out. Every night it's a tough choice. This is a real tough choice. The player of the game brought to you by Rocky Mountain Coors Light. Cold, down, easy. Who is it, Jim?
Well, it could have again been Miguel Cairo. It could have been Alex Rodriguez. But even though he wasn't in the game at the finish, it is Derek Jeter because of that game-saving play. The Yankees had to take him out of the lineup. Because of that, we'll update his condition shortly, but he is well deserving of the Coors Light player of the game.
Lacerated cheek, lacerated chin. He bruised his cheek, bruised his right shoulder, and he is presently undergoing x-rays. Susan Waldman will have an update for you in the post-game show, so you want to stay tuned for that. Really, this is a classic. Yankees beat the Red Sox 5-4 to complete a sweep here at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. It took 13 innings, and each inning was so much fun. Coming up on the Yes Network, stay tuned for the Nissan New York Yankees postgame with Fred Hickman, Joe Girardi, and Susan Waldman, featuring complete game analysis and interviews. The senior producer of the Yes Network, and today's game produced by Kevin Smolin, directed by John Moore, studio produced by Bill Bolin, supervising producer Woody Fryman, and the executive producer of the Yes Network is Mr. John Filippelli. Join us again tomorrow for Yankees baseball. Yeah, the Bombers have another game. They take on their crosstown rivals, the Mets, in the second wave of the Subway Series, this time at Shea Stadium. Coverage begins at 6:30 with the New York Yankees pregame. For more on the Yes Network, you have to go out and buy a computer, turn it on, and then log on to yesnetwork.com. The pictures are amazing. The plays are unbelievable. Once again, the final score in 13 innings, the Yankees 5, the Boston Red Sox 4. We'll be back with some final thoughts from the booth in a moment, but now let's go to Fred Hickman and Joe Girardi in our studio.
Oh, Michael K., thanks a million. Welcome, everybody, to our Yes Studios and tonight's edition of the Nissan Post-Game Show. The final tally from the stadium, 5-4 in favor of the Yankees, who win it in 13. And so they sweep the Red Sox for the first time since September of 2001. The Bombers have recorded their 6 three-game series sweeps of the season. And, Joe, I got to tell you, the guys are absolutely right. You can go a long, long way and not find a better ball game with more elements to it, more drama, more tension than what we saw tonight.
Yeah, you had great starting pitching, you had great relief pitching, the defense was outstanding, big hit after big hit, and what I love seeing about this game is when you look at him celebrating at home plate, 5 of the 6 first guys out there weren't here last year, and they know what it's like to be part of a great Yankee-Red Sox series.
And the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry just continues to ratchet up series after series after series. Anyway, in case you missed any of this terrific game, we have the highlights for you. And we begin the game recap, which seems like a million years ago, in the bottom of the first, scoreless game. Pedro Martinez in the windup. Gary Sheffield asked for time right before the delivery. Well, Martinez then drills Sheffield, and Sheffield not happy about it, so he lets Pedro know about it. Both teams were warned.
And you see Gary say, not me, I'm the wrong guy. And what I don't like about this is you warn him and you don't get a chance to retaliate.
Yeah, next batter, Martinez strikes out A-Rod swinging to end the inning, so it's a scoreless game. Now, bottom of the second, 2 are out, no score, but Tony Clark gets to Martinez right here with a 2-run homer into the bleachers in right center off Martinez. 13th homer, Martinez is given up, and Tony still makes the best of his opportunities.
Well, he's had 5 RBIs in this series, and he hit the ball real hard yesterday, the 2 runs yesterday, so really 7.
Great defense, too. Top of the 5th, Pokey Reese, sharp ground ball, and A-Rod continuing to play a sparkling third base.
And you're going to see a lot of great plays by A-Rod. Just another spectacular play, a very fast runner. He gets up, strong arm, he put on a highlight film tonight.
Yeah, it stays 2-0 Yankees. Next batter, Brad Halsey, strikes out Johnny Damon, swinging to end the inning. So the young man pitching with a lot of confidence. Bottom of the fifth, 3-2 pitch. Jorge Posada crushes one into the upper deck and right off Martinez. Solo home run. That had to be awfully satisfying for
You know,
George.
and the one thing I've never seen George do is have a little hop after he hits a home run. So I think he really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, top of the sixth, 3-0 Yanks. David Ortiz bloops one to left. Hideki Matsui gives chase but can't get there as the ball bounces into the stands for the grounds rule double, 31st double of the season for Ortiz. And that's trouble because the next batter, Manny Ramirez, turns it into a 2-run home run. Dead center field, 2-run drive, his 21st of the year, and it's 3-2 in favor of the Yankees. Now, top of the seventh is where we're going to go next. David McCarty with a drive into the gap in right center field. Lofton has a beat on it. Catchable ball here, Joe?
Yeah, I think if you would ask Kenny, he would say that's a ball that I should have caught. You know, and when you're running, you know, your eyes sometimes are moving up and down because your feet are hitting hard, and you know, just kind of hits the heel of his glove and he misses it.
All right, now top eight, Jason Varitek will stand in there and line one down to third base. But again, A-Rod comes up with it. The ball squirts out of there a little bit, but he's able to hang on to it to record the third out. Now we go to the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded, one out, and the pinch hitter, Ruben Sierra, facing Keith Foulke. Foulke wins the battle as he strikes him out for the second time of the game. Next batter, Foulke gets out of the jam as he induces Lofton to ground out to second, and that ends the inning. So we stay tied at 3 and head to extras. Top of the 11th. Bases loaded, nobody out. Millar grounds one to third. A-Rod makes the play, steps on third, comes home. Posada with the tag of pinch runner Gabe Kapler. Posada goes back to third. A-Rod thinks he may have the triple play going there, but he'd already forced Ramirez. But great play by both Posada and A-Rod.
Yeah, as you look at this play, A-Rod has the presence to step on the bag with it. I believe it's his right knee here, and then he's able to throw home. And George is blocked out by the runner. George hung in there, stayed in there, made the tag, and then he throws back to third, and they think they got Manny in a triple play, but because he had tagged third base, they had forced Manny out, and A-Rod, you see him pumped up.
So we extend the game further into the top of the 12th, second and third, 2 out. Trot Nixon pops to shallow left. One of the great plays I've ever seen.
This is as good as play as you're ever going to see. Derek Jeter is the type of guy that's never going to protect himself. He will sell out his body for this team, and that's why he's the captain, and that's why he's the leader, and that's the type of player I think the Red Sox are missing right now.
Well, and you know, he's running full out. He knew he was going to get pounded as he goes in there. You see the damage done to his face. We'll update you on that in just a moment. But what a terrific play by the captain, and that's why he's the captain. Now, bottom of the 12th, bases loaded, 2 out. Kurt Leskanic facing Bernie Williams. And Leskanic wriggles off as he strikes out Williams to end the inning, so it's still tied at 3. We go to the 13th. And in the top half, Manny Ramirez leads off the inning with a solo home run to left off Tanyan Sturtz. 8th career homer off Sturtz, and Boston up 4-3. But in the bottom of the 13th, Sierra on first with a base hit. Yankees down to their last out. Miguel Cairo drives a 1-2 pitch off Leskanic into the gap in right center. Sierra scores all the way from first base. Cairo winds up on second with a double. And that set the stage for the next batter, pinch hitter John Flaherty, who delivers the pinch hit single to left, bringing home Cairo with the winning run as the Yankees take it 5-4 in 13 innings. A scintillating baseball game that, we couldn't jam it all in 4 minutes, but we tried, right, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, you saw great defense. You saw so many great plays. Unbelievable game.
All right, now we want to get it back out to the stadium right now. Our Susan Waldman is standing by with Miguel Cairo. Susan, what a game.
Okay, guys, what a game. That's understatement. And I am here with Miguel Cairo and Christian Cairo. How old are you, Christian? 3. Okay, and we've just been watching some highlights here. Yeah, there you are, right there. You're right. Okay, I've never seen that locker room so excited in this whole year. I mean, yelling, screaming, all kinds of things. Tell me what that felt like for you coming in. The first hit, you get the triple, then, of course, after that in the 13th. Tell me what's going on in your mind. I'm
telling you, that was the best ever game that I ever played. You know, it's one of the best, not even the one, that's the best play, the best game I ever played. And, you know, we just came back, we never give up. This is our team. You know, we played 27 outs, and today we play extra innings, and, you know, they hit a homer, and we came back and tied it and win it, and it was just crazy. And, you know, I'm telling you, my heart was just pounding so hard. I was so excited. I never had that excitement before.
Okay. Okay, when you see Derek Jeter going into the stands like that, I know that sums up the way he plays, but when he disappears and comes back and there's bleeding and things, what are you guys thinking about?
You know, it was when I saw him going inside in the stands, I was just hoping, you know, nothing real bad happened. And it was a tough play, and you know that's a guy that you got playing that he don't care. He just want to catch the ball and don't let that run go home. And you know that's the best player, one of the best player in baseball.
Leskanic, what was he doing? He certainly made quick work out of Bernie. What exactly were you looking for with that double, and what did you do?
I was just trying to all the time. He been throwing me a lot of fastballs middle away, and he threw me two sliders. One was low, and another one was kind of close. I take it. He threw me another slider, and after that he threw me fastball away. And I just, you know, I was just trying to hit it right to the middle, and I get kind of lucky and hit it against, you know, right center.
Okay, I don't think that's luck, but we were just looking at the play here, and I don't think I've ever seen Ruben Sierra run that fast. He was.
I can tell he can run. You know, he's a strong, but he can run.
What does this kind of a sweep mean against the team that has been chasing you in the standings and needed this game so badly?
You know, this is a different team from the first month. You know, when we start a little slow right now, you know, I told one of the reporters that's going to be a different story in this series. And you can tell right now, these last 3 games has been like, it's one of the best 3 games I ever played. And, you know, we really play baseball into the end.
And guys, for someone that was struggling a little bit, Miguel Cairo came through in a big, big way. Let's throw back to you, and we'll have more a little later from the stadium.
All right, Susan, thank you very much, and thanks to Miguel as well. And by the way, just to update you on the information that we have right now on Derek Jeter, lacerated chin, bruised cheek, and a bruised shoulder. He has been taken to the hospital to be further examined and x-rayed. Right now, we want to get you back out to the stadium, bring in the guys who had the pleasure of calling this game, I'm sure. Michael K., Jim Cotton, Bobby Mercer, and what a gem. You know, I'll take your words, Michael. I have no words.
It really is an amazing game. This is the kind of game that, I mean, we all love our jobs, but you love a job on a day like this. Bobby, just your take right away on it.
Well, I think it's everything that we expect when the Red Sox and the Yankees play. I don't think we expected this kind of excitement tonight. I think I'll never forget Derek Jeter with one of the most unselfish plays I've ever seen a player make. It was almost like he was not going to let that game end with that little blooper down the left field line off the bat of Trot Dixon. I think that shows the tone of this team. It certainly sets the pace for this team, and Derek Jeter is the leader of this ball club and the captain. It was one of the most unselfish plays I've ever seen.
Now, Jim, you've seen about, I think, 125,000 baseball games. How does this rate?
You know what's going to happen with this game is I think, you know, it's going to be on Encore, and it'll be a classic, and I think what'll be fun is to sit back and look at this game and say, I don't remember that happening. You know, there was so many things happening, like Joe said in the studio. I mean, Alex Rodriguez made that play at third base before Derek's play. It was just, you know, even if you were a 10-year veteran playing third base, it was unbelievable. And the kid comes out, Brad Halsey. Then, you know, I think you have to give a lot of credit to the Red Sox bullpen. I mean, Folk came in. The Yankees could have won it. Timlin, Leskanic was like one pitch from winning it. I don't think either team, or fans of either team, can be disappointed. It was just a crushing loss for the Red Sox because of what they've been going through.
And you know what, guys? You always hear this about great games, and it sounds trite, but it's so true. It's so unfortunate that some team had to lose this game because each team left everything out on that field over there, and it was just amazing.
Well, you know, the other thing that, and you guys mentioned, there's so many things going on. All the little things, the glove switching going on with the Red Sox infield and outfield, and the configuration the Yankees had to come up with because they were running out of position players. It was just a chess match, and it was like almost like a prize fight out there.
It was. I remember a prize fight, I guess it was about 15 years ago, Ron Lyle against George Foreman, and I think they knocked themselves down 6 times in 3 rounds. It was just one of the great games, and this was like a heavyweight boxing match.
And I think from a Red Sox standpoint, you know, they've been kicking the ball away. And, you know, they played a clean game tonight, and they still didn't win. But, you know, Bobby mentioned how in games like this, you go a long time, you can't score. All of a sudden, the other team score, boom, you come back with a couple. And I think it's a feeling that the Yankees have now that they didn't have in April.
Bobby, you talked about Derek Jeter and his leadership and the unselfishness of making that type of play, and I talked a little bit. He'll sell his body out for this team anytime he gets a chance. And to me, that's what it looks like Boston is missing. You know, I find it really hard to believe that Nomar didn't play today. He could take tomorrow off. This is probably one of the biggest games of the year for them so far, and he's not in the lineup. I find that kind of strange.
I totally agree with you, Joe, and I think that's one of the reasons that the Boston Red Sox probably hasn't been playing as well as they are capable of playing. I think we saw something tonight. Kitty pointed that out. Nomar Garcia sitting on the bench. Everybody else in the latter part of this game, they were standing up on the railing, in front of that fence out there in the dugout. Nomar was the only guy that never moved from that seat. I mean, it's I can't believe that Nomar, if he had the opportunity to play in this game, decided that he did not want to play. And then when the game got exciting like that, he didn't show any team leadership. He didn't show any teammates that he really cared. It didn't look that way anyway to me.
It's incomprehensible that you wouldn't want to play in this game. I'm a total spaz, and I wanted to play, guys.
Oh, you almost had to.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, thanks a lot, guys. It was a great call and a great game and a whole lot of fun to watch.
Thanks a lot.
We'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay. We're going to take a break here, but when we come back, we got lots more to come on the New York Yankees postgame show. And yes, we're, of course, going to hear from the skipper, Joe Torre, and we'll have reaction to this terrific game from the Yankees clubhouse. So stay with us. We'll be right back in just a moment.
The New York Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you by Nissan and your Nissan dealer. Yes Network Broadcasters Apparel is provided by Hickey Freeman. Over 100 years in New York.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Yankees post-game show on Yes. On a night we were treated to a wonderful game between the Red Sox and the New York Yankees. The Yankees winning it 5-4 in 13 innings. Because of the length of that game, we are going to postpone the premiere of the Whitey Ford Yankeeography to be shown at a later date. We want to get right into the encore broadcast of this game following the post-game show. So stay tuned for that. Right now it's time to hear from the skipper, Joe Torre, the Samsung Joe Torre report. And for that, we head back out to the Bronx. Join Susan Waldman with the Yankee skipper.
How do you
Did you ever think that A-Rod could turn a double play like that at shortstop?
I think I did. I didn't know that Gary Sheffield. Okay. How do you sum up a game like that? What do you look at as the big place here?
The stomach, the heart. There was no quitting. And Jeter, of course, scared the hell out of everybody, and hopefully he'll be all right. Somebody pass that back, please. But there was a disturbing thing for me. You know, when Pedro hits Sheffield and the umpires choose to warn him, and even thinking it was on purpose probably, and then when Leskonic hit Sheffield in a situation where it wouldn't have been surprised if they walked him, and you don't throw somebody out of the game's a travesty.
What did he say? Did he say he wasn't trying to hit him? Is that what he said to you?
He said he didn't try to do it on purpose. I said, then why are they walking the next guy here? I mean, that's the biggest joke I have ever seen in umpires warning somebody, warning both benches, and then have something as blatant as that happen in an extra inning game with the winning run at third base and not think it's on purpose. That to me is, you might as well, forget the warnings, forget the control, forget everything.
When you look at the bases loaded situations in the 12th, 13th, couple of times, are you thinking here that maybe this isn't your night? What started to turn here? This team just seemed never to quit.
You can't think about, as many times as we've come back this year, and this is the most unlikely of all of them tonight, I guess, but you never say you're never going to do it. I mean, you're going to grind it right to the very end and hope that some way, somehow you get the job done. And Miguel Cairo, I mean, tonight doesn't start, but he certainly played a huge role. And John Flaherty, who hasn't hit 100 and, gets the game winner. Ruben had a chance to win the game for us earlier and keeps the inning alive with a base hit.
How impressed are you with Brad Halsey?
Brad Halsey was terrific. I mean, he could stay in that game probably, but I certainly didn't want him losing that game. I thought he pitched so well that he certainly deserved to come out ahead in that ball game.
Is there something else that stands out in this game for you?
You had to be in the dugout just to appreciate the the energy level, the determination, the need to win. This ball club is very special. I know I've said that about a lot of them, but this ball club has has been tested, and they've been embarrassed earlier in the year, and they certainly have come back and let people know that we're a good ball club and we mean business.
Joe, was that?
And Joe Girardi, yet another element added to this heated, ages-old rivalry. Now, we heard Joe Torre clearly upset about the situation and the way it was handled with Pedro plunking Sheff. So this is something we may see again.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about this is they've let the umpires take control of this situation, where it used to be the players used to iron this out, and another guy might get hit and then it's over. But now there's a carryover effect because Gary Sheffield's not going to forget this. The Yankees aren't going to forget this. And the one thing that always helps in these situations is, let's just say, for example, that you knock down Manny Ramirez. Well, that's Pedro's best friend. Well, Manny's going to go to Pedro and say, Pedro, knock this off. But now there's a carryover effect. And Joe's right. Somebody's got to get tossed if Gary Sheffield gets hit again. And the umpires shouldn't be in charge of it until the teams iron it out.
Well, there were so many headlines in the game, it's hard to pick one. But, of course, John Flaherty coming up in a pinch-hitting role and driving in the game-winning run in the 13th is clearly one of them. A few moments ago, Susan Wallman caught up with Flash.
Today was no different. I mean, it was crazy. The late innings, we had a lot of opportunities, didn't get it done. I think our bullpen did a great job like they've been doing for us all year. The kid held his own against Pedro, was outstanding. And, fortunately, Miguel Cairo came through with a big hit, and my at-bat wasn't as pressure-packed as it could have been.
What is that like to sit for 13 innings and come in and be able to perform like that?
Well, I'll tell you what, the best thing about it was seeing Sturtze's spot was 5th, coming up the next inning. So I was in the bullpen. I actually ran down underneath the stadium and came in the clubhouse and got some practice swings in here so that when I got up to the plate, I felt like I was somewhat loose. So this situation was a little bit easier than it is in another time.
Is there a way to describe what this 3-game set did and what this game was? Is there a way to put this into words?
Well, I don't think we try and get too excited about games in, now July. But, we know anytime we play Boston, they're big games. And we kind of had a nice night the first night, battled back last night, and tonight was a grind. And I think, Joe always says to us, you got to play 9 innings. Today it took a little bit longer, but we keep playing until the last out.
Okay.
And, Joe, it says an awful lot about the approach that a player that's not an everyday player has to have. You have to always maintain readiness.
And that's the reason they went out and got John Flaherty. It's his second year back. And John Flaherty is used to playing every day, but he's in his upper 30s now, and he's not an everyday player anymore, but he knows what it takes to get ready. He knows what it takes to stay in a game and stay prepared, and that's why he's such a big part of this club.
Now, just looking at the game overall, how deflating a loss is this for the Boston Red Sox? Yes, they get swept. Now they're 8.5 games back. They had so many opportunities to win this thing. If they win the ball game, it would seem as though they may be able to shake off some of these doldrums they've had. But now that they have lost it and been swept in such dramatic fashion, what's that do to their psyche?
Well, they're going to Atlanta. They're obviously going to get in very late, and they've used Keith Falk a couple innings. Their bullpen has been depleted the last couple of days. They're tired. They got 10 games before the All-Star break, and they haven't played well, since they left the Yankees April 25th. They got to get it right. This is a team that's very talented, but it's a team that seems to be going in a lot of different directions.
And as far as the Yankees are concerned, they've been getting up off the deck all season long. This is their 31st come-from-behind victory. So they just have to have that mindset that they can win any game, and they don't have to lose any game.
Well, Joe talked about how tough this team is, and it has a lot of heart, and you saw that in Derek Jeter and the play that he made tonight, the plays that A-Rod made tonight. You saw Gary Sheffield get hit twice. He just takes first base, but he doesn't forget. But he takes first base, doesn't go and charge him out and get thrown out because he understands the importance of his at-bats during the course of a game. Very tough, very smart ball club.
And certainly one guy who's been very tough and very smart and very professional all season is Ruben Sierra. He scores the tying run on Miguel Cairo's double, scoring all the way from first base. And here's what he had to say a few moments ago to Susan.
You rounded those bases as quick as I've ever seen you run. What are you thinking there when Miguel hits that double? What are you thinking?
Well, when you hit the ball, I know I was going to score. They got to kill me in home plate, And I know I get a good jump. I got a good chance to score. So, I just try all the best I can to score and tie the game right there.
Your first at-bat, you looked a little over-anxious. You're sitting there and you're getting in. You're going to bat, and I saw you with the bat, swinging at pitches that you just don't generally swing at. Did the adrenaline get to you a little bit there?
Yeah, I just sometimes in the field, the way they were playing and the way the guy was pitching, I just tried to lift one up, and see if we can score in that situation, because they were playing real shallow. And I think if I hit one ball in the air, we can score and win the game. But it ain't happened.
What does it say about this team that it keeps coming back and coming back? And, you know, you could have stopped it at any time. They kept going ahead and they needed this game. You could have said, well, you know, we're running out of players. It's not our night. What does it say about this team that you didn't?
Oh, this team is unbelievable. Never give up. And it's, the way we've been playing right now is tough for, you know, a lot of teams to beat us. You know, you never lose the game to the last out and to the saying it's over. And the way we come back is amazing.
All right, Ruben Sierra scoring the game-tying run. We've been talking about Boston and how this affects them, so let's listen to what Johnny Damon had to say after the game.
It was a tough game. It was a hard-fought game for both teams, you know, but they got the better of us this series. But you know what? I think we grew a lot as a team. We're going to be fine. This is going to be the worst stint in our year. I mean, we still believe we're going to go off and win the World Series here. So it's never going to be easy for Boston. We have to battle, and it's going to make for great stories later on down the road.
How would you describe that game to somebody that hadn't seen it, if you wanted to do that?
Well, I'm sure it's already on Instant Classic, so I'm sure they can see it again real soon. But, you know, not much offense, you know, a lot of not many hits with runners in scoring position. That last one might have been the only one.
Did Jeter's play when he went after that ball into the stands kind of epitomized the game?
No, I mean, we've seen him make great plays before, you know. Hopefully he's all right, but I think he did himself better by diving into the stands because his knees would have been gone, and he relies so much on his legs and his ability to move around. But we hope he's all right, you know. He's a competitor, and you have to like the way that he approaches the game.
Johnny, what does it say about this team the way you did come back? There could have been situations, what's happened here the last couple of days, you could have just said, oh, the heck with it.
Yeah, but I think we found out we have some competitors on this team. You know, we're down, we got a guy on third base, nobody out, with some pretty good hitters coming up. Giambi, Sheffield, A-Rod. You know, that's a tough situation to get out of, but we did. You know, we're definitely upset we lost the game, but we saw a lot in our guys. You know, Embry, Timlin, Falke, Laskonic, you know, and even Bronson. You know, Bronson's sitting on the bench cold, and you know, we need another pitcher. He goes on down, so that was good to see. Our team's going to be all right. This is the worst part of the year for us, but we're going to be really good.
Joe, something interesting about what Johnny Damon was saying, that maybe this is going to help them grow as a team, because this certainly didn't, it was like a group of individuals coming to town, so maybe this will help them.
Yeah, because I think they had to fight together. You know, they had to rely on everyone in this game. Everyone played a big part in it, and even though they lost, this is the kind of game you can build from, because you learn how to root for each other. You learn how to see how your guys in the bullpen are tough guys and job that they did. But the one thing is they have to get everyone that's playing positionally on the field on the same page every day.
It's July 1st. Unbelievable. What a game. We're going to take a break here, but we got lots more to get to here on the New York Yankees post-game show on Yes, as John Flaherty wins it for the Yankees in the bottom of the 13th inning with that base hit. We'll be right back in a moment.
Guests of the New York Yankees post-game show on Yes receive a gift certificate from Morton's The Steakhouse.
And welcome back once again to the New York Yankees post-game show on Yes. Fred Hickman alongside Joe Girardi here in our Yes studios. And time now for the Corona Extra Effort. And you can add this to all the other great Derek Jeter plays we've seen. Derek Jeter, top of the 12th, 2 on, 2 out. Trot Nixon, shallow pop to left. Jeter going full bore. Makes the catch as he sails into the stands. Tremendous play, Jim.
And this is what it's all about. This is what it's to be a Yankee. The guy that's going to play tough, that's going to sell his body out every day. and doesn't worry about himself, but worries about the team first. That's a true Yankee.
And at that point, Jason Giambi knew he had to get ready for action in the 12th inning. So let's hear from Jason right now.
Well, yeah, I came in here and, obviously Jeet made an incredible play, and we were all worried about him, and then I realized we really didn't have anybody left, so I stood up, Joe put me in there, ran up there, and, still having trouble picking up the ball and the rotation and everything like that, but, it was an incredible game to play. It was unbelievable.
You've been a part of some pretty crazy games. Was this the craziest game you've had as a Yankee?
Yeah, I don't think anything can beat Game 7 because you're going to the World Series, but this has to rank right next to it. Just the plays, one after another, unbelievable. The matchup early from Pedro, to the kid out there pitching. That was phenomenal, and, keep coming back, and wow, it was unbelievable to be a part of.
What goes through your mind when you look around and you realize you're one of the only ones left? You're going to have to get out there.
Well, I came in here because Skip came in here to look after Jeet, and I knew he was going to be up that next inning, so, I didn't know if, we used all the players, so he looked around and said, yeah, I'll run up there, I'll go hit and just run it up there and, try to do the best I could, and like I said, I'm coming around, so hopefully it'll be soon.
What's your gut feeling when Jeter dives into those stands?
He's made amazing plays, I've been on the other side of the field, him playing against me, some of the plays that he's made, that's why he's Derek Jeter. That's why, he's a winner, and that's when you want him on your team.
And so Jason Giambi clearly still struggling with his strength out there, Joe. But again, he just epitomized how important this game was to be a part of. Everybody enjoyed it. They had a great time.
Yeah, and I think he sacrificed his pride because, no hitter wants to go up there when they're not feeling well. If you can't pick up the rotation, you feel weak. He's going up there half strength. And I would have loved to see him get a hit because I think it would have meant a lot to him, and I think it would have meant a lot to Yankee fans. But he sucked it up. He swallowed his pride, and he knows he's going to have a lot of better days with the Yankees when he's feeling a lot better.
Now, there's so many interesting things we haven't mentioned yet. The fact that Gary Sheffield had to play third base for the first time since 1993. But let's hear what Sheff had to say after the ballgame.
Yeah, I've been on a lot of teams, and they, we just say, this game is pretty much over, and it was. But this team, we never seem to die. We come back time and time again, but. It seemed like it just happened every day.
I know you answered this already, but how weird was it in the middle of this game to get moved over to third base?
When they told me, I was like, I hope the first ball is hit to me, and I can get it out the way, and then I'll get comfortable over there. But, T-Cock only gave me 2 throws, so I said, give me more than 2 throws where I can get the distance down, because throwing in the outfield is different, and you got all the stick-em on your hands, and I went up there to try to put rosin on my fingers, but it didn't work.
You guys were laughing and joking watching the recap. Obviously, to win is a great thing. Does it bring out a little bit of the fan of you? This was just sort of a crazy game.
Yeah, it brings these, all of us together even closer. This series here showed everybody what this team is all about, and everybody's pulling for each other on the top of the dugout. Even when they came back, we felt like, we was going to, if we get guys on, we was going to get them in, and, Cairo, he came up big for us again.
You hadn't played third base since 1993.
Yes.
How strange did it feel?
It felt very strange, It's when I looked up and seen the hitters, how close they were to me, I was like, oh, Lord, what I got into. But, I've been begging to get over there, and I got my shot, and there goes my fielding percentage.
I know that you were probably already asked this, but your manager was pretty upset with you getting hit like that.
Oh, was he?
How on purpose do you think that was, and what'd you feel?
Well, I don't know about the second one. I'm not sure, but, I know Pedro probably took offense to me stepping out twice, and, he was kind of, every time I tapped the plate and look up, he was winding up and getting ready to throw, and that's really an advantage for the pitcher. So I stepped out, and probably gave me time out.
And the second one, because I think that's the one in particular that Joe was upset about.
Was a game-winning situation. I want to be up there in that spot. Especially the day I had. I wanted to redeem myself, and I was really focused at bat, and all of a sudden you see an airplane coming at your back.
Gary, what does it say about this team that it kept coming back in all those different sessions? Bases loaded a couple times, you couldn't score, then they score. What does it say about this team, what you did tonight?
Well, it just says the message is clear. We're not laying down for no one. We're trying to take it all. We're trying to send messages to everybody we play. Especially this series, we went out and everybody was jacked up for this series, and we wanted to sweep, and we did.
How is your shoulder from the hit? Did that bother you at all? I know you looked a little angry, but did it make your shoulder worse?
Nah, it didn't hurt at all. The thing is that, that's part of the game. I've been hit a lot, so, you just take your lumps and keep moving.
Okay, what about when you went over to third base? I know that when Boone got hurt, you told Cashman that you'd get a glove and you'd play over there, and he said, no, thank you. But when you go for that play, it's like they find you, right? If you're out there, they find you?
That's true, but the thing is, I would have had a whole spring training to work on it. So, instead of 2 throws, T-Clock, he treated me bad by rolling the ball to me twice.
What about what happened with these 3 games? I know it's only July 1st, but to sweep this team and then to have this kind of a game, what does that mean?
It means a lot, because, it just proves the first series we had against these guys, it wasn't a real, true, New York Yankees. And now they're seeing the true New York Yankees, and we're something to be reckoned with.
All right, Gary Sheffield a few moments ago, his comments on tonight's ball game. And right now I want to bring in our colleague, Susan Waldman, standing by live at the stadium. And first things first, Susan, do you know anything more about Derek Jeter's status?
Derek Jeter, they say he should be all right. He's at the hospital for precautionary x-rays. They were worried about the cheek, and you could see that swelling up as he was walking towards the dugout there. But there's nothing else. They're saying that they hope he's all right. They think he's all right. They're calling them precautionary x-rays. But I'll go back in there and see if we're any further. But as of about 5 minutes ago, they were just taking the x-rays, and they were just worried about what happened to the cheek. It was the cheek and obviously underneath the chin and something around his mouth. But you saw the cheek swelling, and they were a little worried about that there. I got to tell you, though, that I was just talking to A-Rod on the way out, and these are his quotes about that. He said, "This man is the greatest competitor I have ever seen in my life. He went in so hard that you think the guy's going to be dead in there, and then he gets up, and somebody asked him if he could have gone back. He said no, he was in a daze when he was leaving the field."
Yeah, just a tremendous...
Okay, let me stop right
sure.
here. Okay, thank you very much. Rick Cerrone, the Yankee PR director, just came in to tell me that the x-rays are negative.
Good.
So it's just on how he feels. If everything is fine, maybe you take tomorrow off. We'll see what happens. But I guess he's all right. Maybe it looked a lot worse. He's probably all scraped up. You could see that blood coming. But as you saw that was the thing that was worrying everybody, was that the cheek was swelling up, and that sometimes can do something around the eyes, so you're worried about that. But if the x-rays are negative, they're just bruises and some lacerations, and he should be fine.
Susan, I noticed when they celebrated, the first 5 out of 6 guys that were out there were all new guys. They got to experience this Boston Yankee series, winning this time. What was the feeling amongst a lot of the new guys like Sheffield and A-Rod, and I saw John Lieber run out there. I mean, it was truly amazing to see him run out there.
It really was. Let's just say they were very loud. I can't say what a lot of them were saying. I have never heard a locker room like that. They really were incredible, coming in, the corridors, banging on the walls. Very, very excited, to be part of that. Even Brad Halsey said it just takes your breath away to be part of this kind of a thing. A-Rod saying that to Sierra, and of course Sheffield, who just says it's wonderful. He's very calm about everything, doesn't get overly emotional. You saw Lieber in there. On the other side, just came back from the Red Sox clubhouse, and that is very quiet, very sullen. Johnny Damon trying to put a very good face on things. Manny Ramirez over in a corner trying to put a good face on things. But what you saw in that Red Sox clubhouse, Joe, which is very disturbing, and when you're in losing clubhouses, you see this a lot. Players huddled together, whispering in little corners, little groups of players. That's never a good sign. A lot of people talking about the fact that Nomar never got off the bench the whole night. Why did that happen? Nomar's numbers against Mariano are 6 for 15. Very strange. You wonder what's going on there. As I said, Damon trying to put a good face on this and saying that this is the bottom of the barrel for them, and now they're going to come back up. He brought up the point that Bronson Arroyo started running down to the bullpen to warm up, and gloves flying everywhere, and people getting into this game. But for the Boston Red Sox, this is going to be very, very difficult. It's always great to say it's tomorrow and it's a new day, but this is a bad one for them. On the other hand, you look at, as you talked about, the new guys, Joe, and A-Rod, I think, was as vociferous. The only one who was a little more vociferous was Jorge Posada, who's been through this before. But, you know, a lot of yelling, a lot of hugging, very up, very happy. They knew what they had been through, and these Yankee-Red Sox games are extraordinary, and this is another one that goes right into the vault as an instant classic, I think.
Well, I think you're right about that, Susan, and it was certainly a pleasure to watch. Thank you very much for your take on it, and we'll speak to you as the Subway Series ensues tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So there next. Okay.
Okay, good night, Susan. Thank you very much. Well, what more can you say about it? You look at it, the Yankees came back from 3 runs down in the 12th inning against the Padres to win 6-5 back on June the 13th, but I don't think that measures up to this one little bit, do you?
No, because this game is a lot bigger. I mean, to beat the Red Sox like this, to sweep them like this, I mean, that's not only big to the organization, the fans love this. I mean, you saw the 55,000 people who stayed there until the end. They knew what it was about.
And by the way, the Yankees, the first team to 50 wins this season. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more right after this.
The New York Yankees postgame show is brought to you in part by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Your friends at Jack Daniel's remind you to please drink responsibly.
And as we welcome you back to the show, we've got a programming update for you. If you're tuning in to catch the premiere of Yankeeography Whitey Ford, we've decided to postpone that due to the length of the ball game tonight, and we want to get right in to the encore presentation, which will follow the postgame show. Welcome back, everybody, to the New York Yankees postgame show on Yes. Yankees over the Boston Red Sox 5-4 in 13 innings. I'm Fred Hickman, along with Joe Girardi here, and in case you forgot, Brad Halsey actually started this ball game and held his own against the Pedro Martinez out there. 5 1/3 innings, only gave up 4 hits, a couple of runs, 2 of those earned, only walked 2, so he kept himself out of trouble there. 5 strikeouts on the day, and he was part of this terrific game. Let's hear his thoughts.
You know, I don't want to say you're a forgotten man in all this, but Joe Torre was just unbelievably impressed. What are your first impressions of their yard? Yankee Red Sox, Pedro, 55,000 fans. What are you thinking as you walk out?
You know, it was just awesome. You know, I just, you know, was going out there, you know, trying to obviously bounce back from a rough one. And, you know, I felt like, you know, the fans were behind me the whole time. And, you know, hopefully I feel like I was able to at least show them, you know, more of what, you know, I'm trying to be about here.
You had said last time that you couldn't get your fastball down, and so they just let the other pitches go by. That looked like it was totally different tonight. What was the difference in that? How did you do that? For me, the difference was, you know, I was throwing more on a downhill plane, you know, and it allows me to locate my fastball better and keep it down in the zone, and that obviously sets up my off-speed pitches. You stayed on the bench this whole time as it's going on and on and on. What are you thinking as you're watching this team?
Well, you know, most of the time when you have that many opportunities to put a team away and you don't, normally it'll come back to get you. And you know, we did a tremendous job as a team of just grinding it out. And you know, even when, you know, it looked like we were out of it and the game was over, you know, we were still with it and managed to put 2 runs on the board.
So young Brad Halsey in a no decision he's never going to forget, Joe. But you, as a catcher, looking at this young man's approach, 23 years old, looked a lot like the guy that we saw in Los Angeles, and he just seems very mature beyond his years. Yeah, I mean, he's very mature, and he kept the ball down like he talked about. He kept the runners off in front of Manny Ramirez most of the night. He did a good job with Damon and Bellhorn. And then behind Manny, he was able to get Veritek out all night. Outstanding job. And you have to remember that he had a week off in between starts. The time when he didn't pitch well against the Mets. And when you're a young kid and a prospect, you're pitching every 5th day. That might have been a little bit hard for him, but he bounced back great. Okay, and by the way, in case you forgot, there were a couple of big home runs in the ball game. The bottom of the 2nd inning with 2 outs in a scoreless game. Pedro pitching lights out, but Tony Clark gets to him with a 2-run homer right there. 13th homer Martinez has given up on the year. That made it 2-0 in favor of the Yankees. And then in the bottom of the 5th, Jorge Posada just lights up a 3-2 pitch. crushes it into the upper deck off Martinez for the solo home run. And that leads us to the Grey Goose American team home run leaders. Grey Goose, the world's best tasting vodka. The Yankees with 116, the White Sox with 114, then the Rangers, the Red Sox with 98, and the Oakland Athletics. Now, before we go, Joe, let me get your take on this whole Red Sox situation. There has been talk that if, they're not playing better by All-Star break, they may start busting this team up. With Nomar acting the way he was acting tonight, that may happen a little sooner, maybe.
Yeah, Theo Epstein, the GM for the Boston Red Sox, was on with Michael Kay today, and he says, you hate to make change just to make change, but if we don't start playing better, we might have to. And the one thing the Yankees have is they have leadership from a lot of different areas. The one thing that I think Boston lacks is that type of leadership. It either has to come from Theo Epstein, the general manager, Terry Francona, but more important, it needs to come from the players. It needs to come from the leader of the last 6 years, Nomar Garciaparra. He has to forget what happened during the winter when he was traded, he wasn't traded. Was A-Rod coming, was he not? He needs to step up and be the leader of this team. This might be his last chance to ever win a World Series. I mean, that's a pretty talented team over at Boston. If you sign somewhere else, and like A-Rod, he went to Texas and they really struggled, you may never have another chance. He needs to swallow his pride. He needs to put the team first, and he's the one that really needs to step up for this Boston team.
All right, Joe, thanks a lot. It was a pleasure being here with you for the game, and you, of course, be here with us for the Subway Series as we begin tomorrow night, so we'll see you on the pregame show.
Thanks, Fred.
All right, thank you. Well, indeed, tomorrow night, the Yankees do make their way across the East River to Shea Stadium for Part 2 of the 2004 Subway Series with the Mets. It'll be Mike Messina against Steve Traxel, and our complete coverage on Yes begins with the pregame show at 6:30 Eastern Time. So for Michael Kay, Jim Cott, Bobby Mercer, Susan Waldman, Joe Girardi, and our entire Yankees broadcast team, I'm Fred Hickman. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow night right here on your home for New York Yankees baseball. Yes, and stay tuned. Encore is next. It's worth watching twice.